All right, we are live. All right, let's see who joins us tonight. Tonight. All right. Tonight. Hey, bud, what's up?
Hey, girl.
Hey, girl?
Hey. Sorry, Chief. Hey, literally, I was just clicking live. I was starting to like you. I thought you were doing it right now. You just want to do it together?
Hey, Twan.
What are you laughing?
I'm just laughing. Great minds think alike.
Very, very true. You want to do it or
no? You should have texted me before. Hey, Haley.
All right, so fuck me, right?
Oh, language. Language.
Sorry. All right.
Hey, hit me up in just a little bit.
What?
Hit me up in a little bit.
Do what?
Contact me in a little bit.
Or like text you?
Yeah, Haley's saying do a combined call on your channel.
Whatever you want to do.
Oh, don't give me attitude.
Yeah, I'm just saying, whatever you want to do. That's what you want to do.
Yeah, and how we do this.
You can call me on Skype if you want.
All right. See if we figure this out here. What's going on, Twan? Haley? Haley, how'd your test go? That was prison. All right. Where's my Skypey? The hotel. He's living up there in luxury. What are you talking about? All right, all right. Really? I don't hear you if I'm supposed to hear you. You do this to me all the time. I don't hear you. Haley says she got a 68 on it. What are you talking about here? It's not very funny, but only 4 days. Ooh, only 4 days left. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun, right, Twan? Mrs. M. Hart. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since we've done a live stream. Where'd my boy go? 68 fail. That's not good. I had a 69.55 in the class, so I'm hoping she just pushes me into a 70. Hey, Matt. It's a good afternoon. That's right. You're all the way out west. All the way out west. All right, so Mr. Aaron, what are we doing here? I don't hear you. It's that poor connection you have. Yeah, you'll be getting close and heading off to the next phase. 40 more days, Matt says. Curious to know how that PFA goes. Yeah, I have, I'll be putting out a video hopefully tomorrow about all that. That's my plan. No. All right, so Haley, when did you find out your score? Was it just recently? You sound like Darth Vader there. I hear you now. Woo! I don't think nobody can see you, but I guess they can hear you. Can anyone hear Aaron?
You can't.
Hey, Aaron, I saw a great video today about OBS. I'll have to send you the link. Don't look at me like that. The test was online, so as soon as I submit it, oh yeah, I remember having those. And that bites. Hopefully, I got my job back, Chief. Awesome. So you guys opened up over there in Texas?
It's pronounced Texas.
Texas, like San Diego.
So the Hispanic version is Texas, or the American version is Texas.
Hey. Yeah, there's.
That's what I figured out.
What you figured out?
They'll take things smarter, and they'll think Aaron can figure out a thing or two.
Uh-oh.
So we got these overhead lights right about here. Here. You can't see the other here.
Okay.
But there's no switch for them. Hey, Aaron
figured it
got
out.
a brain, and it works. It's intelligence because that is useful.
You got a brain and it works. I had no doubt. No doubt.
You see this here, over here on the farther inside?
Yeah, it's called a light switch.
The thing that you grab to turn them on and off?
Yeah.
Hidden inside the circuitry. It's like hidden.
Boy.
So, I'm a genius electrician. I obviously know nothing about electronics and whatnot. I can barely operate my cell phone. But, using the power of science, I got a plastic device, which I use to insert in electrical component, and it doesn't conduct, so hopefully I don't get electrocuted, but I can turn on the lights in the room now.
Oh, brother. Oh. Hey, can you guys hear Aaron? Well, at least it's slowly opening up for you guys. We're still closed. We're still closed down here in South Florida, but we for some reason there's a lot more traffic. So I don't know if people are just going out and about or what. Hey, Jeff.
Yeah.
That's weird that you're getting phone calls from Florida, because I've been getting a ton of phone calls from Texas, but I have your number, so I know it's not you. But nobody's leaving messages, so it's like really weird. You guys and your turkey sandwiches. 32 days for me, but who's counting? Yeah. You can hear him or I can. All right, awesome. Yeah. He's got a real bad connection, so I guess video-wise he won't be here, but he will audio. Jeff, rather have an MRE? Well, regardless of what you eat, it gets boring after a while if you have the same thing every day.
No.
Uh-oh. You're having cereal?
No.
Cereal. Slow phase opening. Yeah.
When I hit 2K subs,
Yeah. What are you going to give away?
the live stream.
Here, MRE. That was a very guilty no. So how's been? We haven't been on in about a week for you. When's the last time you were on? I was on Friday. Never heard of someone eating so much cereal? To see my last roommate every night for dinner. Every night. We're talking like for a year straight. Oh. Tuan says they're still getting good food. Awesome.
You got fresh food.
What kind of cereal are you eating tonight?
The good kind.
The good kind?
Yes, Captain Crunch or whatever.
I was gonna say Captain Crunch peanut butter.
Something to do with the Navy.
Oh.
The captain. If it ain't seaworthy, I don't want it.
Jeff wants to know, what went first, the milk or the cereal?
Both.
Both? Yeah, talented there. Matt, I'm sure when you get here, they will run out of the food stuff. Don't say that. Go back to turkey. Oh, that'd be terrible. Turkey sandwiches on the tow line. You know, if I eat that much turkey, I would definitely never want turkey again, not even on Thanksgiving. Definitely not.
I'm going to make a petition for everyone to sign. For Chief to be reinstated in the Navy for one quick tour, like a half a tour maybe.
Who, me?
But she's going to be an RDC.
Oh, I would love that. I would love that. I would.
I would behoove you to stop sucking.
You know, Tawan, you say that they weren't that bad after a while. Some people can just eat anything. It doesn't matter. No, you with your cereal every night. I can never look at another box of cereal without ever thinking about you. Tawan's kind of miss them. You what? Just the turkey sandwiches? I'm sure somebody's got a bunch there in the refrigerator. Brisket and ham for Thanksgiving. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had a brisket. I really don't think I ever have. But yeah, I don't know, but that turkey, if it's anything like any of the turkey I've ever had in the Navy or any of the branches, it's not the same as like your civilian turkey. It tastes different. No.
It's true.
So yeah. Good night, Chief. My son go to boot camp tomorrow. Ooh. Yeah, Colin. Hopefully Colin will come in here. Colin's supposed to ship out tomorrow too.
Colin has been Snapchatting literally all day.
Yeah.
He was watching like some concert on YouTube or something.
Well, he's got to get his, definitely got to get his, well, I was going to say watching TV time and all, but you got 2 weeks of that when you get up to the hotel. If I am in the Marines, can I become a Blue Angel? I don't know if I've ever seen any Marine pilots in the Blue Angels. I believe it's just Navy, but I'd have to look that one up. It's a good question.
I watched a Chief video today.
Yeah.
Like a for Chief season, and but they allowed master sergeant or first sergeant or whatever it is. They allowed him to
participate
in the Navy, but stay in the Air Force.
Oh yeah. Well, we do that with Chiefs messed up that with all the branches. If you're invited, you can participate in the initiation, and you're an honorary chief. Yeah, which is great because, you know, we had a couple go through, And I like the idea of it because that way they have a better understanding, the other branches, of what a chief is and what we go through to earn our anchors. So yeah, I think it's a great idea. Yeah, Miko was supposed to leave too. Miko's supposed to leave too. So yeah. Eric, those turkey sandwiches suck. You mean you actually ate them, Eric? I don't know. How would you know? Did you have them when you were in boot? You know, like I said, any turkey sandwich I ever had in any branch other than maybe the Air Force. No. All right. Oh, I see what you did there, buddy. I see what you did. Yeah. Blue Angels flew over to town today for the hospitals. Yeah, we're actually they're flying over down here on Friday, down in Miami.
Ooh. That's what I've been posting about the Blue Angels. Hey, Marie, how you doing? What up, girl? I'm doing a live also, so.
Yeah, I know. I got the little notification. That's what I said. I said, I see how you're doing that. Evening, ma'am. Uh-oh, I got a ma'am. I'm a chief. I work for a living. Trying to get in as a PAO. Bachelor's in Film Science. Awesome. That's awesome. 4 years experience, film TV industry. Wow. Initial advice on starting the process with a recruiter, do's and don'ts. Definitely just first you got to get in touch with a recruiter because things are not being handled the way they normally are at the moment. So yeah, definitely call, leave a message, or send them an email. You can even go on the Navy website and you can do a live chat with them. Just get the process started.
You can always go with me. I'll get you taken care of.
Oh.
Don't get with Danielle. She can't.
No. Danielle needs to make some rank there. She's got to catch up with you.
Yeah.
Just as they flew over Texas.
Several people like. Oh, go ahead.
No, I said just as they flew over Texas. So that's cool. That's cool.
It's pronounced Texas.
Texas, yeah.
Texas.
I'll never that in San Diego.
San Diego.
PAO though, that would be Aaron and I were talking about that last night. That'd be an awesome gig. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, if you could be,
I agree.
You know, well, PAO like a PAO officer or an MC, which is the enlisted side, definitely. PAO, it's referring to the MC. You know, MCs for the civilian side. PAO was a public affairs officer. That would be on the officer's side. So, but yeah, just working in public communications, definitely.
I wonder if I could also doing like MA security. I wonder if I could do that instead.
Why? Be happy with your AO.
Why not?
But why?
Austin do it. So why not AO?
Austin, yeah. Austin's on to bigger, better things. They got better.
Who's gonna visit? Emily says 4 days till boot.
4 days what?
Till boot.
Till boot?
Now, is that actual boot camp or is that the rate will flush?
Oh, you gotta get clarification on that.
Felix says, what do you think of MMs?
MS is in my opinion, a very demanding job. Physical. Then again, I mean, so was Gunner's Mate, so.
Very hands-on.
All right, let's see here. So what else is going on, guys? Like I said, it's been a while since we did a live stream.
Aaron took a hiatus.
Said what?
Aaron took a hiatus.
Well, you weren't feeling well. I wasn't feeling well the week before. You still did your live streams, and then I know you had a migraine or something. You weren't feeling well. But
Crap. I had some other stuff going on. I know. Myself lately. I think we kind of talked about it. I don't know. Just going through some stuff. Yeah. I'll get over it. I'll fall down some stairs tomorrow and forget all about it.
Haley has one semester closer to your bachelor's. Haley, did you, I don't remember if I asked you, what your bachelor's going to be in? Tawan says, I'm just ready to get these last 4 days over with. And you know what? The closer you get, the slower it's going to be. But yeah.
Abigail says, it's hard to make record. You'd be lucky to make you second in 20 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Choose your rate, choose your fate. Oh, that's an interesting degree. Where are you going to school at, Haley? Interesting.
Emily will be in quarantine. She just, her recruiting office passed away. Terrible.
Say what?
Emily said somebody from her recruiting office just passed away.
Oh, wow. That's never a good thing.
Rick says current rate is MMS. I'm trying to switch to LS before I ship out.
Yeah, LS is good. Definitely. Doesn't matter if it's active or reserve side. Lots of great opportunities for LS rating. Jeff remembers the box lunches. I was a flight deck troubleshooter in my squadron. We didn't have time to go to the mess decks to eat on the ship. I remember quite a few of those when we were doing like ordnance on and offloads. Yeah. Hey, Carrie. I didn't say Siri. I said Carrie. Siri did ask me.
I don't understand. I didn't say Siri. I said Carrie. Siri does ask.
Oh my God. Kyle said, good evening, Chief. Do you have any advice for junior sailor going through STGA school? STG, I'll say don't do it. That's actually, I wish back in the day, females really weren't going through as STGs. And from individuals I know that are STGs, they got some interesting duty. Are you said you're currently in A school? How far along are you? And do you have a C school set up? Haley, it's in the top, what should you say, the top 10 safest college in the U.S. Really? Wow. Texas A&M. I had a couple of friends that went to Texas A&M. Are you done with your cereal?
I am.
I had my wings tonight.
Of course.
Nah.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. Nah. I finally went and got my wings tonight. And then I went to the Dollar Tree that was next to the wing place, and they actually had toilet paper. It was my first time getting toilet paper since this all started. Yes. Kyle says, I'm 3 weeks in. I haven't received my orders yet, but I am most likely going to C school right after this. That is good because not a lot of ratings get a C school. But from what I know, a lot of STGs, they do get C schools. And then when you re-enlist, should you re-enlist, they get C schools again. So, yeah. How junior are you? E1, E2, E3, E4? Push button. So,
I don't. It says if I change my rate, will my ship out date change as well? Not necessarily. It just depends on availability.
True. E2 push button. All right. You know what I like about the STG rating is lots of sea duty. Lots of sea duty. Yeah. So hope you're saving money. You know, if you're not doing your TSP, at least be putting some aside.
Is that me?
Anyone. Anyone and everyone.
5% or so. Just for now, as I wrestle more. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to budget. You have to budget yourself.
Dollars.
So.
Yeah. We're specifically to the military, like almost $1 million. If you do it right. Yeah. I don't know. I've heard a thing or two.
Well, like I said,
my dad talks to like a lot.
Your dad's the money guru.
But the guys that he talks to, they're the ones that like dumped everything they possibly could into TSP.
Yeah.
So,
like I said, I did a lot of that too, especially when I was overseas in Afghanistan, and you know, I lost a lot of it too when things came tumbling down. All depends on how you invest. But Martha says TSP is mandatory now. That is correct, since they went to the blended system. Yeah, the whole idea, like the way they switched to the blended system now is the idea is so many individuals do one enlistment, they get out. This way, by making it mandatory, they'll have something saved, because too often people do one contract, get out, and they're broke. Got to have a plan financially, said certifications, all that kind of stuff. Have a plan.
I need to buy that drone off of you. That's my plan.
What'd you say?
Said I need to buy that drone off of you. That's my plan.
So, Carrie, how's your workout for your son going? I know a lot of people weren't happy about the whole blended system with the TSP and everything, but I think it's a good idea. He's progressing nicely. That's good to hear. Definitely good to hear. So did he hear from his recruiter about a definite date of departure? How big is the base in Virginia? Which one are you talking about, Tuan? You talking about NOB? It's the largest naval base in the world. It's big. It is big. More endurance. Okay, he's meeting Friday. Awesome. Yeah, like I said, big challenge is getting up there in the hotel and not playing, what is it, Switch and all the games everybody wants to play, and watching TV. And
I have a buddy that I just went to the next with, and he just bought a Switch for the ship, and he just spent like over $400 on this crap. And he bought a game. That was it. Bought the thing, protection plan, and then like one game.
And how much are those running now, the Switches?
They vary.
Oh, really?
Some of them are like $299. Some of them come in packages. They're like $300 plus. It varies. I mean, it's great for you to like have on the ship because it's like super small and portable. But, like my laptop, I'll download some movies on. I'll download a game or two. It's more than enough for me.
Yeah.
And then it'll save me some more space.
Yeah, I'm all about Candy Crush, so. Carrie says, recommend not taking Switch. No, you can take the Switch. I'm just saying get sucked into it. You know, just got to make sure that you're doing some type of movement in the room, and you have to be studying. As Eric says, study, study, study. If you're playing games, you are wrong. Can't agree more. You know, this is especially for anyone who's having an issue remembering the 11 general orders and everything. You're getting paid for 2 weeks to study. You guys should be, and yeah, Carrie, I think it is distracting. You know, if you want to take a break and watch a little Netflix or something, you know, after a period of studying, but you should come up with a plan of studying, quizzing each other. A lot of individuals using Quizlet, things of that nature. Yeah.
So like in that last video that I just put out, like, I was like, I'm not trying to like toot my own horn, but like that's how bad I wanted to not get punished during debt meetings whenever we were getting like messed up for not knowing trivial questions. I literally went to work and I memorized and I learned everything I was supposed to know all in one night. So like I was saying in that video, like you already have so many months till you ship out, plus you're gonna get pushed back because of the Rona, so that's now more months on top of that. Then you're gonna finally ship out and go to boot camp. Now you're in quarantine for an additional 14 days, so you have an extra 14 days right there, and then you have the majority of P days to study everything. You know, I learned all this in like one night. So like I agree with the whole video games and whatnot. Like I understand it's okay to like that should be like your primary focus. Like, and I have people like ask me about the depth test and other things. Like, what do I need to know? But the questions are oriented in like in such a way they're kind of asking for like the bare minimum of what they need to do, and it should not be that way.
Right.
You should kind of want to go above and beyond to be better than everybody else. You know, it's a competitive thing, so you want to stand out in a good way because that's going to help you succeed and go a lot farther. Maybe you get promoted in boot camp. You know,
right.
So push your don't take the time you have for granted. So,
well, it's like Haley just said. You know,
my advice on it.
Haley says, I feel like you shouldn't be walking into boot camp after quarantine not knowing your shit. And I totally agree. You know, they're giving you 2 weeks. So if you're not already prepared, you know, for whatever reason, especially if you've been in debt for a long time, having that guide already, you should know it. If not, this is your time. You know, you got, like I said, 14 days. There's no reason not to. What were you going to say, Aaron?
No, I was just agreeing with you. It's just like, it's like, for me, it's kind of like, it's frustrating because like, I don't like seeing people want to be mediocre. I don't like seeing people want to be just hitting the baseline of what they need. You should want to keep getting better and better and better. That's what's going to make you better. That's what's going to make the Navy better. So that's just how I view it.
True.
So keep yourself and learn your stuff. Like I said, you're going to have several months before you even go to quarantine. So I did everything in one day. So like you should be able to, you have way more than enough time to get up.
Right. I mean, like we've talked about before,
So,
everyone has a different learning
like,
style. So, I mean, some people can memorize it. I know for me, I had to write it down. I had to say it out loud. I said it inside my head. You know, like especially my general orders, I did not learn it in one day. But I mean, if you can, I've heard a lot of people say they learned it one day, they learned it in a few hours. That's great. But yeah, you got plenty of time to study.
I legitimately did a test for all the enlisted ranks, what they were, pay grade, and all collar devices. I did several tests over the warrant officers, same thing, pay grade, collar devices, dress blue, all that stuff. Then I did officers, then I learned sailor's creed, then I learned RTC maximum, which took me 1 or 2 tries. Like, that's not difficult. And then I just started quizzing myself over everything.
Right.
And whenever I would step a general order, I'd go general orders. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I messed up 5. Study, restart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mess up. Okay, study again, restart. And I just kept doing that. Even when I got it perfect, I would add it. Now I would add more and more and more on top of it. So now I'm going to start doing the enlisted ranks and the general orders. And it's just, it literally beat that crap at night. It's very doable. Very doable. So, yeah. Everybody has their own learning style.
Oh, what is it? Jeff says, yeah, they have TVs in the workspaces and berthing. That's true. But it's I can't remember the moment at the name of it, but it's all internal TV. Are you allowed to work out during quarantine? I've heard yes. I've heard no. I mean, you're in your room. I know individuals that have been doing push-ups, sit-ups, things of that nature. I mean, the thing is, you have to do some type of movement. Benjamin's here.
I'm gonna do a video one.
Benjamin, what do you mean you're depressed? Any tips?
Is new.
Say again?
Do it.
Said Benjamin's in the
They're
house.
saying MGH is in here. But they're saying waiver forms are in, praying for approval. Fingers crossed. Hopefully they get it. So.
Waiver for what?
I'm not sure. They just said waiver forms are in, praying for approval. Fingers crossed. So hopefully they get it.
Site T. Thank you, Eric. Yeah. I think I ate too many wings tonight. Whew. Make it worth a while because I had to go drive 20 minutes to get them. How do you deal with depression? Let me tell you. So many different, for me, I've been through so much with my depression. Talking to someone is, I found, the best thing to do. Just can't keep it in. But also do meditation, listen to music. For me, therapy with my animals. Armed Forces Network channel. Yeah, we had that over in Afghanistan. We had 3 stations. We had CNN, Hallmark, and ESPN. That's all we had. And yeah, definitely the chaplain if you're in serving. I know like Benjamin, he's not in. And like right now, I actually, on Monday, I had my appointment with my doctor. So yeah, did a FaceTime. I can understand why a lot of people are going through stuff. Especially for those of you that lost your job. I know I'm still waiting on my stimulus check. So, Benjamin is going for depression while in the military. Bad. Can that ruin or get you kicked out? Back in the day, it would get you kicked out. Now, I mean, they're going to have you go talk to somebody about it. Personally, from what I've experienced, everybody goes through some type of depression while they're in. But you definitely want to talk to somebody.
Everybody gets it at some point. Like I got it. Everybody gets depressed at some point. Yeah.
The way I was taught to like deal with mine, and for me to really put it into the whole concept is like you're having a bad moment here now. Just think of it like a cloud. Clouds come and they go. So when I get depressed, I'm like, it may be a day or two, but I know that these dark clouds are going to move on and things will be better. Tawan says, Chief, have you met Rear Admiral Sands? He was here at the hotel today. No, I have not. What was he doing? Just checking on you guys?
He was there with Master Chief Haley.
Ah. From what I've seen in boot camp, if you say you're depressed, they will send you home. In boot camp, yes, because you're not through the process yet. I'm talking about like later on in your career. And it also depends on like how bad what is it, situational depression? Is it actual chemical imbalance? I mean, there's so many different things you could be depressed about. You're depressed because you're missing home. Like Eric said, they're going to talk to someone, talk to the chaplain if you're there. Because like everybody gets homesick and stuff. It's something you got to move through. But that's one reason I tell people too, if you have a history of depression and you hide it from the Navy, that is not a good thing because it's going to come out when you're in boot camp. What are you saying?
Let's see here. Do what?
So what you saying? You said something.
Oh, no, I was just saying, like, everybody deals with it differently. Like, I choose to ignore it. I feel like I fill the gap with other things, in a sense. because it comes and goes. So
Yeah.
I just sometimes, like, you've already seen it. Like, I've talked to you about it. I'm feeling down. What do you do about it? Just ignore it. Just move on, because it'll come and go.
Right.
But that's just me.
There's a difference though too of being like down depressed and then being in a clinical depression. That's different.
Depressed. Yeah.
And like I say, I've been there, so I know.
My depression's like a very, very mental thing, I want to say.
Okay.
Like there's a reasons I set very, very high goals. So I try it all, because I have like this thing from things that I've experienced and had to go through, that I have this, like, I don't want to say rationalization. I have like this thing where I feel like I will never be successful no matter how hard I try. And it seems like everything that I've done in my life so far, I have not been successful at. So that's why I always strive to just do the best I can. Always trying so hard, harder than the next person. So that's just how it is for me.
Well, what I've learned over the years,
it's like I've had it for the longest time.
Well, what I've learned over the years, being much older than majority of you, is just once I cut negative people out of my life, and some of the people were like family, they were, close friends. Once I cut them out, I was so much happier. So yeah, a lot of it depends on who you surround yourself with, which, like here, Smelly Feet says, I'm really looking into joining the military when I get out of high school. But honestly, I'm concerned that I'll get depressed in the military. Typically not a depressed person. So everyone's going to go through some type of depression, especially if you're like underway, if you're not accustomed to being away from home. Like when I joined, it was my first time away from home and I was 21-ish. So yeah, I mean, it's going to differ for everybody. Everyone's going to have some type of depression, but it's a matter of surrounding yourself with healthy people, doing your best to keep a healthy mindset, and maybe like Aaron was saying, you weren't successful at something in the past, but just you have to be focused on something, a goal or goals, and just work towards them. If you need to talk to somebody, talk to another shipmate you trust, talk to the chaplain. So, and I'm always here for you guys too. So what is Tuan says, we didn't see either of them. Chief just told us they stopped by. Chiefs and petty officers have been very helpful with everything we need to learn. So when all you recruits get here, don't be afraid to ask. That's good to know. I'm sure that's going to relieve a lot of individuals listening.
Lod E says, I was depressed and having anxiety attacks when I officially checked in my command called CHAPS, and it helped me personally, and I've been doing better since. That's good. There's a lot of resources you can obviously go to, for sure. Me, I'm not the kind of person that ever talks about it, but I deal with it. Like I was going through some stuff during boot camp where my uncle died, and then like it was like hitting me pretty hard, and then so my chief pulled me aside and wanted to talk to me about it, and I was just like, no. And he finally like basically like beat the answer out of me, and I just told him what was going on, and then like just talking about it was like really hard. So I started like tearing up and whatnot, just trying to just like fight through focus.
Right.
And, he was telling me, he's like even your RDCs will pull you aside and they'll be like, hey, look, freaking person just like you are, so I'll help you out. If you ever want to talk, I'll call chaps for you, this, that, the other. But there's like, they care about you. Like they might not act like it, but they do. Like I told them, I was like, no, I'm just the kind of person that I am. Is I'm a suffer in silence person. Like I'll be going through like hell essentially, and you won't ever know it. I'm like a what's the proper term? An estidensiist. It's like a person that basically like stop it. Someone that like hides their pain behind a smile kind of person. Like that's kind of like how I am. But I don't know. Sometimes it's just like it always gets the better of you, but it's nice to know you have like options and avenues, and there are several and plenty.
True.
But did I even say that right? It's such a freaking hard word, estidensiist.
Hey, I was laughing because I don't even know how to say it, so you did great.
Okay. don't know.
Smelly Feet says, I think that would be the hardest part for me, as I'm pretty close with your family. Being away from home is a part. Yeah, that I think is the most difficult thing probably for anyone that I've talked to. It's always, whether it be your family or if you're married or, if you're a single parent, being away from your kids, it's just away from your loved one or even like pets. I mean, I got depressed when I was away from my dog, because she helped me through a lot of my depressive times. And every time I deploy, my dog, which looks a lot like Aaron's dog I had, she had to be put on Prozac every time because she would stop eating and she'd lick all the hair off her feet. She was depressed. So yeah, it works both ways. I mean, our family members also miss us. So that's why it's important for that communication, writing letters the old fashioned way. And the reason I say that is because, one, you don't always have access to email, especially when you're underway, or phone calls. But the idea is if you have that letter or 2 or 3 or, how many ever you send, when your sailors may be feeling a little bit homesick, they can take that letter out and read it. I don't know how many times I did that, and that's what got me through.
For whoever said that about the family thing, like, I don't know if you follow me, where I was home doing videos after A school and in between and this, that, and the other, or the vlog I did where I actually left my family for good. I don't know the next time I'm going to get to see them. But I'm very, very close to family. Love my dog, It's difficult, but you're going to find things to, like I said, fill the void, fill the gap.
Right.
You're going to find things to make yourself busy. You're going to meet a lot of awesome and amazing people. You're going to meet some people that are not so awesome and amazing, but that just comes with the territory, anywhere you go. But you're going to find all sorts of stuff to stay busy, especially when you're on the ship. I'm sure she'll probably vouch on this, but from my understanding, when you're on the ship, you're going to be working and doing so much stuff. You're not really going to have a whole lot of time to think about other things, what's going on at home. It'll cross your mind on occasion, I'm sure, but it's not going to be how people think. It's not going to be constantly on your mind.
No.
So, plus, you're going to be working like a dog, depending on what job you have, doing all crazy, all kinds of crazy stuff. And then boom, pulling into port. Oh snap! We're going to Singapore. We're going to England. We're going wherever.
Yeah.
You're going to be running down there if you're of age, grabbing beers, drinking, having a good time, going and exploring, getting with the MWR, which was recommended to me, and having them take you on tours and stuff. You're going to do some awesome stuff. Maybe go to the beach, depending on where you guys pull into port. All kinds of crazy stuff, sightseeing. So, like I said, you'll find stuff to fill the void.
Right. Yeah, because when it doesn't matter if you're on a ship or when I was in Afghanistan, Iraq, Kuwait, it didn't matter where. You're, like you said, you're working long hours. And for me, one reason you're going to be working all the time, but even when you have some downtime, unless you're actually Skyping or calling home, you want to stay busy. You want to be working, doing whatever. It's not so you're not, you're intentionally trying not to think of your family, but in a sense you are, because, you get lonely. Kyle says, being away from family was really hard for me in the beginning, but as boot camp went on, I got used to the daily grind, and I started to see my fellow recruits in my division as your new family. It's true. And that'll be it with any command you go to. You're going to meet friends.
Mongers.
I know when Aaron, when his shipmates there had left, and I remember the one video you made where you didn't get to say a final goodbye, and I was like, you're going to see him again. Especially if you stay in, you'll definitely see him again. So.
Yeah, he's on the other side of the country.
It's a small Navy, though. It is.
Yeah, it's true. Munger says, I'm almost done with A school in a couple of weeks and have no idea what's going to happen to me after this and where I'm going. I am nervous. During A school, at some point, you're going to receive your orders for either C school or your next command. If it's a ship and they're underway, more than likely, you're going to go to a transient personnel unit, like what I'm in. You're just going to be on standby, and you're just going to Just wait around limbo of life. Yeah, just depending. But you'll get the orders. You'll know what's going on. So
one day at a time.
Lottie, I believe that's Alex. Yeah, it's one day at a time. So they actually have a question for you. They say, Chief, what are the chances of getting to take leave in the month of December?
Right now with the virus, nobody has any clue as to what's going on. But otherwise, I mean, if they implement leave again, chances would be good. Unless you're a junior sailor and you're FSA, if you're mess cranking, forget it. But
Screw.
yeah.
All-American, Trump-supporting conservative patriot says, guys, I'm here. Sorry I'm late. It's all good.
Better late than never.
True ski.
Carrie says, my son's recruiter says to always remember your why and why did you join the military. Don't lose sight of your why. That is so true. I have said that to many individuals when you're feeling down, depressed, homesick, whatever it is. Think of your why. You know, you're doing it for your children, for your parents, you know, for whoever it is. That'll get you through. And just know, too, that whoever your loved ones are back home, they're thinking of you, too, and they're missing you. Smelly feet. Thanks.
I wouldn't think of that, personally.
See what?
That's just going to make you miss them. So I wouldn't think of that, because it's just going to make you miss them.
Hey, you know what? When on my last deployment to Afghanistan, my mom kept everything like a mom does. My mom photocopied some of the cards and the little I used to send her like little note cards and stuff. She photocopied some stuff and sent it to me when I was in Afghanistan. And when I opened it, it just like blew my mind because this is like 20 years per, and it just like made my day. Things that I used to say to her to get her through some of the hard times. But Smelly Feet says, thanks for the advice, Chief. I'm sure it helps when you know you're not the only one missing home. So true. And the others are going through the same thing. Yeah, I remember in boot camp, I had, there was a young lady across from me on the other side of the berthing, and she was missing her 2-year-old. And I used to watch her every day. She was just so tore up, and she was so worried that her daughter would not remember her. And, you know, so like, although I don't have children, I have fur babies, but I do understand from experience it with my friends and my other shipmates, seeing what they go through, and then when they reunite, how the family interacts and stuff. So, but yeah, you know, we all go through it.
So Mungers says, when I left the boot camp, I left thinking my family would be able to come see me graduate, and I thought I would come home after A school, but the virus, I didn't know I was leaving for good yet.
Well, you'll see them. I mean, the good thing is too, I mean, especially once you get to A school and all after boot camp, you know, or even like the 2 weeks that you first are up there at the hotel, you can Skype and you can do things like this with your family. So.
This is true. What's up, Matt? Matt says hello.
Hey, Matt. Jeff says, never had problems with depression until the last 2 years in the Navy because of extreme politics going on. Yeah, unfortunately, at NAS Corpus Christi. Unfortunately, that happens.
A lot of politics. Matthew says, any tips for when you get nervous, when the RDCs are yelling at you to answer a question and you get nervous and stutter a little? Honestly, there's a lot of things I could say that helps me out. Is like, just stop. And like, don't react or anything. Stop. Take 1 second. And in that second, just take a breath. And then just tackle it. Whatever it is, just tackle it. And if you don't know, I don't know, Petty Officer. I don't know, Chief. If they're telling you to, hi, Petty Officer. Hi, Chief. You'll know. You'll know how to handle it.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
It's not. It's not what you think it's gonna be.
No.
Literally, somebody just added me on Instagram today, and I went and I was looking through their pictures, and then they did a side by side. It was him and his brother, and I'll pull it up right now. I'll read it to you. Exactly what he said. Same thing I've been telling you all. Same thing I've been telling you all. Let's see if I can find it. His name is Tyler, right here. Right? Is it Tyler? Oh, he deleted it. No. Wait, no, that wasn't him. Hang on. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it for you guys. Here it is. His name is Dennis. My bad. Kabam. All right. I'm not going to read some words because they're a little flavorful. But he said so many freaking funny stories in boot camp. All it was is learning how to fold, learning how to listen, and basically just having fun.
Yeah.
Me and my brother went through it all together. And there's a picture of them in their blues. Yeah. Picture of them in their blues. That's it. So literally, like I've been telling you, like it's not what y'all think it is. Like don't like I'm telling you, you guys like the only time you should really kind of worry, if you're gonna worry at all, which should be like in PAs when they're just scaring the crap out of you. That's all they're doing. It's just scare tactics. But you shouldn't even worry.
Shouldn't be worried. I wouldn't worry about any of it. So just stay focused on the task at hand. Like I said, it's just there to transform you from being a civilian to start thinking like a sailor. But Martha says, yes, always know that your family is home supporting you 100% of the way. You're making them proud. So true. Haley, when in doubt, shout Rear Admiral Richardson. That's what our chief told us. Okay, is that like an inside joke? Because I haven't heard that one. Did you hear that one?
No, I don't know who that is. Never heard of that guy. Rear Admiral Richardson. Another name. Munger says, hey, Aaron, I liked your MRE video. They feed us MREs all the time here at A school for lunch. Hey, listen, it all depends on which one you get, but they're lit.
Which A school? Which A school are they at? That they're feeding them MREs.
This is a chicken burrito bowl. I'm so curious.
I actually had that one. That one was pretty good compared to most of them. Eric said he was the prior CNO. Thanks, Eric. There's just too many. I mean, everything keeps switching. And Kyle says P days are the worst. Once you get past the first few weeks of boot, it'll be a lot better. So true. Yeah, and unfortunately, everyone, you guys got that quarantine before you head off to start boot with your P days. So it's going to be a lot of hurry up time.
I talked to somebody today, and they said they were letting divisions out early. They were letting them graduate early.
Yeah.
Just to get them to A school. Let's see here. Matthew says, is the food at boot camp good, or is it like lunch in high school or whatever? Is it like school lunch basically? Because I'm 6'6" and I need big portions to get full. You will always be a little bit hungry, but not like too bad. But you'll have enough to sustain you. Like I've seen some boys put down ridiculous amounts of food on their freaking plates. Like, I'm telling you, like, disgusting amounts. Like, I don't understand how the RDCs, like, didn't come roundhouse this dude in his throat. Like, I've seen some people do some stupid crap with food. So, yeah, you'll be able to get a lot of food. They have, like, a full salad bar and whatnot. Cereal is the best.
Haley says he was the CNO. He was part of the command. Called peanut butter and jelly with your best friend in RTC. I think everyone can agree to that. Same thing with deployment. Especially if you're overseas, like in Kuwait, Afghanistan, things of that nature. Peanut butter and jelly, peanut butter and banana. Yeah. And that's when you want care packages.
CS at school.
He's a CS? Okay.
And then he says his division was also pushed a week early.
Yeah.
And then he also responds to Matthew about the food, saying there's unlimited PB&Js. Not really. They started limiting people on bread, so. And they limit how much jelly and peanut butter you can have. But you can sneak a third piece of bread sometimes. Or fourth if they're not looking. But
that's when you start trading.
You'll learn. Some people are like, "Oh, you want rice? Here."
Yeah, that's what I used to do.
You'll learn. Some people are like, "Okay, 3,682. Okay."
Smelly Feet says,
it's like all on that portion control.
Silly question: is cereal is the cereal name brand in Boots? Eric, what is it now? Because I know, like I said, anytime I ever went for boot or for deployments or anything overseas, mobilizations, they always had the Kellogg's. Everything was Kellogg's in the little containers, but I know Eric said they changed that.
It's a brand deal.
Yeah, because we had like the Sugar Smacks, the Pops, the Fruit Loops, the Frosted Flakes. No, we didn't have Wheaties. I think you would in boot camp, right?
I'll tell you what, they have the most amazing chicken, though.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Laundry detergent.
I swear it tasted like Tide Pods. Like, I'm not that I've eaten Tide Pods, but
yeah.
I swear.
Kyle said, I had a lot of Kellogg's when I was there. Eric said Nature Valley, healthy options.
You know, chicken? I'll show you. Their chicken.
That is just wrong. That is just wrong.
That's what it tastes like.
Now, all I ever ate, let me tell you, when I went through boot camp and I thought, oh, I'm going to have a burger. They can slide it. I'm going to have a burger. So what they were doing is down in Orlando, they had so many burgers made, and to keep them warm, they put them in the oven. Now, this individual, I don't know how in the world they missed this. Mind you, I'm from Michigan. First time ever out of the state of Michigan. I come down to Orlando. I'm getting my burger. Put my burger on the bun. It's on the plate. Take it. Go to I like my stuff plain. Don't like ketchup, mustard, any of that. So I go to bite into it. This is going to gross you guys out, but I had never had another burger ever in my 28 years in the Navy. I freaking bit into it, and there was a palmetto bug in it. It crawled into it. Yes.
What the heck?
So I ate nothing but salads, cereal, and peanut butter sandwiches.
If you do peanut butter, make sure you put honey on it, though. But Matthew says, all I'm worried about is hoping that they have sweet tea. I'm going to tell you what, I lived off of sweet tea, so you're good.
Did they have Coke or Pepsi when you were there?
No, they had like, I don't know, they had stuff to like keep you like hydrated, because like soda's like absolutely terrible for you. It does nothing but like dehydrate you and whatnot. So
right,
yeah.
But I was just wondering, and yeah. I don't know, Eric, do they have it up there? Because I know that we actually had it. We weren't allowed to drink it until our 6th week. But
no, your RDCs will determine like when you can start drinking other stuff besides like water. But they have like
orange juice for breakfast. Do have orange juice and then go out and get PT'd, because you will puke that stuff up. Eric says no sodas, only flavored water. I like lemon in my water.
Yeah. Tea. They did have like they had juice. So juice is the go-to for a lot of people. They have like I think it was like grape, there was strawberry, there was a bunch of different flavored waters.
Bug juice.
Like a mango. And I drank tea. I was a tea and coffee person, and then I would drink water in between as well. But
anybody recall it bug juice? Have you heard that term yet?
But yeah.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
Oh, me?
Yeah, have you ever heard the term bug juice?
Bug juice? I've heard it. I just don't recall what it is.
Yeah, they'll say that on the ship. Go to the mess decks and get some bug juice. Haley says RDCs didn't let us eat the cereal. That bites. And that I should fall for PTSD for finding my palmetto bug. Yeah.
Honestly, if you didn't eat a hamburger for the next 28 years, I wanted to say that's not true. I know that's exaggerated a little bit.
For me?
You at least had some on your own turf.
For me?
You at least had a burger on your own turf.
Oh,
yeah,
I did.
28 years.
I'm talking about I never had
28 years?
I never had another Navy burger. I never had another burger
that's what I'm
in
saying.
the military.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, no.
You had a hamburger on your own
Oh, of
turf.
course.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I went to
You made it sound
Fuddruckers
like
and.
you've never had one ever again.
Oh, no. Never from the military. Nope.
Chief, when you come up here, you know what we need to do? It's a little pricey, but I think it's so worth it. You and me and Gonzalez, we need to take a little road trip up to DC if we can.
Yeah.
For the founding farmers.
What is it?
I don't know if you've been. Founding farmers. There's only like 2 in the United States, like 2 or 3.
No, I've been there.
So good. Me and my ex went, and it was like the bill just for us 2. Dear Lord, it was easily over $100. They brought in a check, and I was like, I got. She's like, you want to split it? No. And I wasn't. I got that bill, and I said,
what in the world?
this bill came to the right table. I was like, this came to the right table, and they're like, that'll be $153. I was like, did you charge me for walking over here too? I was like, holy crap.
What else did you get?
It's like, I got like a steak. She got like, I can't remember what it was. And then we had an appetizer. We had our main course, and we had like a dessert.
That'll do it.
She did drink, in all fair honesty, so it was mainly her fault. But
oh.
Hey, you want a Corona? Yeah, that'll be $13.
Nah. So what other questions we got? Since I see for those leaving tomorrow, they're not here. They're probably spending time wisely with their loved ones. I see that you're drinking that pop. Mountain Dew, too. Oh, I can honestly say I've never had a Mountain Dew in my entire life. Yeah.
Product placement.
Get a sponsorship.
Speaking of product placement, if you guys don't have a mask, no, I'm just kidding.
Oh, my.
We just donated 10 masks to local hospitals. So
I
that's
saw that.
Awesome.
I saw that.
Awesome.
So what other questions you got over there?
What?
Questions.
Nothing. I'm caught up. I only have like 2 people watching me.
No, you don't.
Kidding. It's like 12. Ooh, Emily says, geez, perks of being a vegetarian, cheap food. Listen here, girl. We need to get you a Navy burger stat.
No. I did like their deep fried chicken sandwiches, though. Like I said, those were good. It reminded me of Popeyes, the ones I had.
Emily, it would behoove you to live a little. I'm going to start saying that all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be a chief before you know it.
SS Rot says have a debt meeting tomorrow. Is that you're not doing face to face? They're still doing Zoom, or do they change it? And Carrie says, do the face mask fog up glasses in boot camp? I would think so. I mean, depending on what they're doing.
It just depends on how you're wearing it, but they can. I had that problem, and I always ended up just taking off my glasses every time we marched in the snow or whatever, whenever it was raining. I would just take them off, because there was one time it was like raining so hard on us, I couldn't see where I was going. My glasses, like the windshield wipers, weren't even working, so I had to just take them things straight off.
Windshield wipers.
Getting bodied in the eyes, like pretty terrible. But yeah.
Says, no, we are doing face-to-face. Awesome. Is that something fairly new? Because I know everyone I was talking to, they said they still do like Zoom, Skype. See that the Navy's changing some stuff.
I just had a funny idea. Doing your debt meetings over like Zoom, and then like they're just standing there like at attention, like all in like their individual cameras, and then like their petty officers like, Future Sheriff Smith, yes, petty officer, like, what's your 11th general order? All right, 20. All right, petty officer. So they're doing 20. Chicakis, yes, petty officer. I don't know. That's the name I thought of. It's your first general order. Petty officer, to take charge of this post and all government property in view. Petty officer. Like, they're freaking reading a cheat sheet.
That's just wrong. What do we got? Our office never closed. Oh, pretty small. Where are you at? That the office never closed. That's interesting. Terry says son's recruiter meeting is face-to-face on Friday. Well, that's good.
What is that noise? Is that the guy playing bass?
Oh, here? No, that's the air conditioning.
Oh, I was like, holy crap. Did Nikki become an officer?
I saw that he put a video up, but I didn't see what it was.
I just got a notification. He said, my journey from enlisted to progress update.
Yeah, I saw that. But I haven't, of course, seen the video, so.
So it's good news and bad news. I'm guessing the bad news is he didn't make it. But that's just me assuming things, so I don't know. I'll have to go watch it.
Well, it's only once per
my
year.
live stream got a thumbs down.
Once per year.
And it's one per live stream.
Ah.
Man, somebody really loves to not support me.
You know what? It's all feedback. Carrie says Pacers test helping her son.
Publicity.
That's awesome, Carrie. I'm glad to see that.
Munger says, I hope I get orders to Aaron ship. Don't do that. Do overboard because you're going to tell everybody that I have a YouTube channel. The freaking mom hair just, okay, oh my God, Aaron, I'm like, I did meet somebody that was a fan, and I was like, you know what? Would you like to make a video with me? And they're like, oh, no, I'm good. I was like, I never felt so offended in my life.
It's nothing.
I was like, wow. All right.
Yeah, I have to try that Pacers test to see how that's. I don't know if you saw Austin. He did a video of that.
Matthew asks, hey, Aaron and Chief, do you have any stories about turd chasers? He didn't say turd chasers, but I threw that in there because I know that's a term you frequently use.
That's a Navy term.
Whatever. They're not turd chasers.
Hey, everybody's got a job to do.
She's like, oh, God.
Everybody's got a job to do.
My job ain't that job. Yeah. I talked to one I was on watch with him. It seemed like he enjoyed what he does, and like they only work like so long, and they just spend a lot of time just like chilling for the most part, is what I gathered. But I'm sure she has more insight.
Yeah, it depends on the command. I mean, there's many different factors. So, Carrie says the pacer test harder than it looks. I can imagine. I know, just even playing like basketball, I hated running back and forth. I was out of breath, and Haley says they forced us to run that in elementary school. If it's the same test, yeah, it is the same test. I may have done it in middle school, but I don't remember for sure. M. Hart, yes, sorry. Going to boot camp while you're older. How old are you? Generally, if you're older, you're going to have, I mean, Eric can correct me on this since he's familiar with it right now, but you're really not going to generally have as difficult of a time. You're going to grasp things a lot easier. And I mean, my experience from what I've seen, they don't get yelled at as often as like the younger kids.
I will set a straight fact though.
Uh-oh.
The people that go into boot camp that are older generally are the most freaking upset and disgruntled people because you see all the kids doing stupid crap, getting everybody in trouble. Sure, it's true, but
no, yeah,
it just depends.
M. Hart says 35 years old. Yeah, I had a friend that went through at 33, and that's all used to write is just, you know, oh, the kids are doing this, the kids are doing that, you know, they're not listening again. It's so frustrating. Why don't they just listen? That type of thing. But no, like I said, especially too, you're going to have an easier time grasping things. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Hey, leave him alone.
So Emily said we did a depth to glasses hack, put soap and the paper towel till clear. Never heard of that.
Okay, that's new.
Abigail says, what do you do? Or actually, she asks, what do you do in debt meetings? I swore last week and suspect I'll have a meeting soon. Not sure what to expect. Generally, it's like sometimes you just do knowledge, sometimes you guys work out. It just depends on whatever they're going to do. They have like different types of meetings or whatever. Sometimes they'll sit you down and they'll get you with Navy Federal. You guys will sign and make a bank. Like they just, it's just completely random. But generally, it's like working out or checking in or just doing some knowledge stuff. Yeah. Are you caught up on your questions?
I got a few here. M. Hart says I can understand that. I have teenagers. Yeah. Steve-O, what kind of jobs are there for the reserves? You're talking about ratings? Almost all the same ratings. There's a few that are not there, but for the most part, they're the same. Is there something particular you're looking for? And then Eric says his advice, very good advice. Don't act like a kid. Don't let the kids get to you. Study, know your stuff, help out with whoever's in charge, and don't take anger out on someone just because. Very good advice. Very good.
Yeah, you're going to see some stupid stuff. I had people try to fight me, so just...
I remember you said that.
In one ear, out the other. Let's see what we got here. Blue Moon. I believe it's a new person. She says, I'm 28 and in talks with a recruiter, but I'm kind of concerned about joining at my age. Feels kind of awkward being 10 years older than people that are joining. Did you see any older people at boot camp? Blue Moon, Iowa's blur. And then I saw people that are there that were like 38. I'm like roughly around your age too. So like it's kind of awkward, but not really. You kind of look past it because you guys just become a family.
Yeah.
And you guys will see this person has these pros and these cons. This person can help us out with this. And we have to help this person out with this, you know. So you're going to see all sorts of things, and you're just going to learn. Age doesn't really mean anything. It's just a number. Everybody's part of the team, and everybody's going to have to help out in certain ways, whatever ways they can. But, yeah.
Yeah, everyone has their strengths and their weaknesses. Just, you know, sort of like Eric was saying, you just, you know, you help one another out. Do what you got to do, study.
Did you say Eric?
Eric.
Oh, there's Eric in your
Yeah.
chat.
It's my imaginary
I
friend.
thought you called me Eric. I was like,
No.
oh. You could always just say Aaron.
Aaron, yes.
I can
Aaron.
shave, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it.
Hey, take advantage of it. Because before you know it, you're going to be shaving again every day.
Yeah, my next video, I'm gonna look like Alan from Jumanji. Coming back from the jungle.
First it was Wolverine, now it's Jumanji.
The next video is gonna be like, all right, first things first, who rolled the double?
Benjamin says, if you have depression, go to the hospital while in the military. What's the process like? Do you see a psychiatrist or physiologist, therapist, any medications?
That's a counselor.
Well, I know some active duty members that, I'm not talking about like boot camp or A school, that after their like second or even third enlistment, they have gone to see a psychologist or psychiatrist. I know I went and saw one, and not allowed to be on medication. Like for instance, when I was going on mobilization, not allowed to be on medication, but when I came back, I was placed on it. So, but yeah. Haley says,
Abigail says mine didn't close. What?
Say what?
She's talking about her recruiting office. Abigail said, my recruiting office didn't close either. I've been doing face-to-face meetings as well, at least with my recruiter.
That's good, though. I'm glad to hear that, because I know a lot of people were saying that, everything was closed up and they were doing everything on Skype or Zoom. So,
Agnostic Gamer, I think he's new. He says, I haven't had a debt meeting since March.
Oh, really?
Holy crap. It's a fat minute.
And where
Reese is also in here.
And where are they
Reese.
located?
Agnostic, where are you at? That's crazy.
Haley says, Benjamin, are you okay? For real, do you need to talk to someone? I have a number you can call and talk to a professional if you need help. Yeah, there's I don't know what number Haley's talking about, but there's a lot of 1-800 numbers and stuff. Just if you want to talk to somebody.
Can always talk to a battle buddy as well. Army side. It's our equivalent of a shipmate.
Shipmate. Navy's got battle buddies.
It's a shipmate.
M. Hart says, I haven't had a debt meeting since February. Wow.
Your guys' recruiters quit.
Nah.
Said, I'm taking some time.
It just depends on, what part of the country, so.
True. Blue Moon says, I also hear they're starting to do planks instead of sit-ups. Is that true? And when do you think they will be implemented? Yes, it is true, but it won't be implemented for some time. I don't know, unless they're coming out with some secret update certain people know about.
Stay tuned.
I'm just kidding.
Why do P days last?
Sometime in the future.
Yeah, I mean,
what?
When everyone else will find out when an nav admin and everything comes out. Said a question here says, why do P days last for 2 weeks? They don't last for 2 weeks. As Haley said, they last a week, maybe 5 days. Yeah, it's not for 2 weeks. 2 weeks is the quarantine right now, preparing the just to make sure everybody's good to go for that 14-day period before they actually start their P days.
Let's see. Emily says we can do a face mask, or we can do a face-to-face as long as we have a mask. Wow.
Makes sense. Yeah, wearing a mask is going to be going on for quite some time.
Twan says good night, everyone. I skipped forward a little bit, so good night, Twan. Try to catch those if he's still in here. Emily says sit-ups are so much easier than push-ups. They should do sit-ups and plank. They can't, because they have to test your arm strength, and then they also have to test your core strength. So the reason they're switching from sit-ups is because sit-ups are actually bad for your back, and they don't really truly test your core. So they're going to start implementing the planks. They've been trying to implement it for like over a year now, from my understanding.
It's been longer than that.
For a minute, but yeah. Well, I didn't want to throw out a number I wasn't too sure.
Now
about,
they've been talking about it for years.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, planks actually physically test the strength of your core. So that's why they're doing the planks. There's literally like a bunch of science doctors in the Navy that like worked on this and have been working on it for the longest time, and they're still doing number crunching on it for the age groups.
M. Hart says, how soon do you get an address to give to your family members for correspondence?
A couple days. It's like 4 days, 5 days. But it's a temporary address. You wait till you get to your compartment. So it's generally about a week. And then where the person that stands the security watch, right to the right or the left of that, depending on where you're at in the compartment, the layout of it, it's going to be the mailbox. And the address is on it. And it'll tell you exactly how to write everything. So key note for writing letters, send out multiple letters to a person. So you're having multiple conversations. That way, every night more than likely you're getting mail. Because like there's no worse. I'm just gonna be real. There's no worse than being freaking decimated by your RDCs one day, and then you just had like the worst freaking day, like the worst day.
Right.
And then they're passing out mail. Everybody else gets mail, and you don't get crap. I'm telling you, that was me like a lot of nights. There is no worse feeling. And I can't even imagine, because there was this one guy in my division that never got mail. So I started, because I work in prison, so I know kind of how to manipulate how the mail system works. So I would start writing fake addresses and crap, so the letters that I would send out would get bumped back, and I would address them to him. That way he was getting mail too. They were really from me, but I would pretend that I was his mom or his dad.
I've never heard of anybody doing that.
You laugh. You laugh. But this kid, the moment because he had been sending out letters to his girlfriend, he got one letter back, right, which was from his girlfriend. She broke up with him. He got the Dear John letter. So like on top of that, he's not getting, like, he had no support from his family from joining the Navy, this, that, and the other. This kid is sitting there watching everybody get letters from their family every night and be happy, and this kid sits down and it's bunk miserable. I remember when I started doing that first time they called his name, what? And he was like, what the heck? And so he just started reading it. I went and sat down with him, and he knew it was me that did it, and he sat there. And I brought the whole thing of like how I'm proud of you and this, that, and the other. He sat there and just freaking cried, and then he hugged me.
Oh.
And then we got yelled at for like no recruit-to-recruit contact. But it's the thought that counts. But
that's funny. I've never heard of anything like that.
Write multiple letters.
Now, what you want to do, and I actually made a video about this, what you want to do, boot camp, anytime you're on deployment, mobilization, any of that, when you write a letter, make sure that you number them. So that way, because quite often the letters will cross in the mail. So you don't want somebody to get like letter number 6 before they read number 5. So yeah, that way they'll know that they're out of order, or they can just wait and they know which order to open them. You're laughing.
I had so much mail.
Oh, I can believe it. From your dad?
I had so much crap in my A and B drawer. I couldn't ever open that. I had to take out my A and B drawer, and I had to start putting other stuff and hiding it underneath the drawer, and I'd have to slide the drawer back in. Remember, my RDC was yelling at me to go get something for it was like a uniform item that was in the A and B drawer, and I was like, oh God, I think that's towards the. So I'm sitting there, I put the key in, and I'm just trying to like pull that thing. He's like, good God, Pereira, open the drawer. I'm like, fine, Petty. And that thing just, and like all the papers just started, like, as soon as I opened a little, all the papers are just like, he's like, what the heck? And then I heard it, and I went, oh crap. And I fell back in the drawer on my mail. He's like, this freaking drawer just exploded. I had like everybody laughing at me. I was like, oh my God, I need to do something about this. My Sunday, I spent half of my Sunday just my drawer. I just spent reorganizing the drawer. I had like 3 people that were like Tetris masters try to help me out with this, and they're like, I give up.
That's funny.
I had to start throwing away the envelopes to save as much space as I could. Like, got tough. Got really tough.
All right. Benjamin says, should I join if I'm depressed? I feel like me joining the Army will help with my depression.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll tackle that.
Well, depression, I mean, for one, if you are clinically diagnosed, you have to make sure you disclose it. Yeah, that's like a whole deep conversation. I know what you're saying, though, as far as it'll help you, giving you a purpose, feeling that it'll give you a purpose. But yeah, you that can be very tricky, very tricky. Carrie, what happens if you get sick from all the shots? I know some individuals that do. I mean, generally you're like sore. You might feel a little nauseous at times, but I don't know. Eric, have you had anyone get sick from all the shots? I know, like for us, they just didn't PT us right at that moment in time. They gave us a little bit of a break for our bodies, knowing that not everybody would be up to par.
Okay.
Benjamin, how do you be happy? It's a choice. I know that's not something most people want to hear. I know I never wanted to hear it, and it took me years to understand. You really got to work at it. And I actually had a psychologist tell me once, you got to fake it till you make it.
You sure?
Yeah, down here.
Oh, okay. That's what I was saying. Like,
M. Hart says, "Aw," about the letters Aaron wrote. I would love to know what you wrote in those letters.
what now?
I would love to know what you wrote in those letters.
Listen, my mom went to like, where was the king born?
Talking about Elvis?
Elvis. Yeah, where was he born?
In Tennessee, isn't he?
Whatever. So my mom was sending me all these freaking postcards from Tennessee, and they all had to do with like Elvis. One was him like in his army uniform, and then one was him like on tour. One was him being a cop, and that's who I was named. And like on this freaking card, you could like see the picture, and very simply, you can just go and read it. Guess who got a hold of those?
Oh, yeah. I know you told me. Your buddy.
Listen.
Your buddy.
No. The destroyer of worlds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a good idea to send. My mom was always notorious for sending postcards. It's not a good idea because even though legally they're not supposed to read it, I know that they do get read.
No, it's not that they're not supposed to read it. They're not allowed to read legal mail. You're not allowed to open someone's mail.
True, but I'm just saying, like, ethically, for reading it. But yeah, I've actually had different members throughout my career thought it was funny, sort of like you said, to read your stuff out loud. I mean, it's not like it's anything bad, but it's wrong. Steve O says, can your employer get rid of you if you join the reserves? Legally, no. There's the USERRA law. They can, I know,
Sarah.
And I actually talked about this in my last video. They can make your life difficult. I know individuals this has happened to, trying to make your life so miserable that they want you to quit, but legally, no, they cannot. It's put in place for that reason. And Eric says to Benjamin, if you are depressed, please ask for help. Don't go this alone. You cannot overcome depression. You can't overcome depression with the right help. True. That's why I said you want to talk to somebody. If you're currently serving, like talk to a shipmate, talk to a chaplain, talk to somebody, or the 1-800 number. If you're not in yet,
supervisor.
Talk to, supervisor, talk to a family member, talk to somebody. And I'm speaking for myself because I know I've made videos about it, dealing with depression and being suicidal. So yeah, I have a whole history with that. It's nothing to play around with. And Haley says, Steve, oh no, I think it's illegal. I'm not 100%. Yeah, it is illegal.
I worked in a prison, so I guess we have different rules. Just security of the facility.
M. Hart thinks that what you did was awesome.
M. Hart, what did I do?
About the letter that you wrote to your making your cellmate, shipmate there feel loved and included.
Did you watch the video of me like doing like some reaction or whatever? I can't remember which one it was, but I was talking about like boot camp and like things you have to go through. Whatever. I was talking about the phone calls. Did you remember that?
Yes. Yes.
It's like you're just gonna become accustomed to things. Just grab that phone. I remember I was like, "Hey, what's up, Mom? Yeah, they got me doing a hard time in here, cuz I'm locked down."
Yeah. Oh.
AO1 is in here. AO1. I'm glad I was able to live stream. I'm glad you're here. Welcome. All right, let me read some of these. It's not like getting way behind on these. Dig it. I'll try to rapid fire these. I'll gun deck them. Jigga. Where we at? Abigail says, Aaron, I like the beard. It looks good on you. I'm a barber, so I wouldn't lie to you. It's like not even fully.
Hey.
You should see the one photo of me where I have like the beard all styled up. We'll do a picture in a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Pereira's looking A1, like pretty good. All right, so Matthew says, I haven't been to a DEP meeting or even been on Zoom since I enlisted in March. We just text each other on WhatsApp and send what workouts we did that day. Blue Moon says, is launch and recovery or intelligence specialist a better job if you're trying to stay in long term? I heard it's easier to move up as an IS.
I would go the IS route personally.
And if you're interested in a job, you can always go on the website Navy Cool, and they'll show you the ladder, what it looks like as far as advancement percentages, so you can kind of compare. But I know I'm kind of stealing that from somebody that's also on the stream with me. So
no, I'm glad that I said it enough that you're just like, that's awesome.
Because
yeah, like a sponge, you just gotta soak it in.
Diamond in the rough. What was it? Chief in the making.
Oh, you gotta watch it there.
I don't know.
Watch it there.
I have goals. That's all. In 5 weeks, we're gonna be a step closer.
What's the exact date?
It'll be the 11th of
June.
I don't even know. It's whatever. It's just something that happens automatically. Like they don't do anything special for me. It's just.
Yeah, but it's more money.
A little bit extra more.
It's more money.
Yeah, that's just it. So, do you think I could go to like a dry cleaner and just get these on like a couple days early? That way, like in case I ship out or whatever, I will have them on.
Some people do that.
Or do you think they would throw like the biggest fit?
No, some people do that.
I mean, because it's not like I'm saying like I'm like a second class or a first class or like that's different. Like I don't think these really freaking matter.
Yeah, I could tell you. I could tell you stories about stuff like that, but no, you're fine. You're good. You're good.
Okay. But okay, where are we at? We'll rapid fire this. Munger says, "What kind of ways referring to?" Mungers also says, "My whole division did that." Wow. Yeah, it happens. Blue Moon says, "Zoe." Oh, by the way, Zoe was sending out like several messages in between all of this.
Yeah.
But all the messages were retracted. So I don't know, which leads me to this response, which is Blue Moon saying, Zoe needs to watch the U.S. Navy Sapper D training video.
Oh, that's not good.
So,
that's not good. Ooh, that's not good.
I don't know. Hey, that's pretty good. Says you're going to be the next AO1. Maybe one day. I'll
One
be
day.
out there. Subscribe. But yeah, do it. Just Blaze says Zoom meeting tomorrow for his meeting.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Steve, thanks, Haley. Yeah, it's, if you're serving your country, like I said, you have rights, and it's against the law to not hire back someone if they're serving in the reserves. Now, I had issues like with some jobs getting hired when they found out that I was serving in the reserves. This was even before 9/11. But yeah, it is illegal.
I know this is a stretch, but let's say if I did 30 years and I lost my certification for law enforcement, right? Would I be able to like contact FDLE and be like, "Hey, look, so
5 years.
I went into the military."
You're only protected for 5 years. Didn't you watch my latest video?
No, but couldn't I like go like reserve and then like reactivate it and then just like dip back out to going back?
If you did 5 years, you're like your contract right now, went back to law enforcement and then went reserve and mobilized for like another 5 years, yeah, that's fine. A lot of people do that. But 5 years is the max. After that, they don't have to hire you back.
Then I'm better off, honestly, than the security route, and I can just go apply for my certification again.
You just need to keep your butt there and get your retirement in the Navy.
Well, I'm saying after the 30 years, if I still want to go do law enforcement, which I doubt it, my goal is to open up a business and retire to like Miami. I would like to open up like a chartering business, but I don't know. We'll see. I want to own several houses as well. I have a lot of goals.
Hey, Jeanette, how are you? Yes, Eric. Aaron is iOS. Yes, he is an AO.
Just.
Oh my God! Here we go. The sign. Yeah, he's an AO. And Haley wants to know, AA Ron, where's Master Chief tonight?
Hey, girl. I don't know. Yeah.
You don't know?
What should I find out?
No.
You know what's funny? I was talking to Tiffany, and so Master Chief is her dad, and she was like, "Hey, my family wants to know like what's the deal," and I'm like, "What do you mean?" And they're like, "How come you haven't been live streaming?" So apparently, like he actively watches me live stream, which scares me.
Hey, we're all human. We all make mistakes. We all put our pants on one leg at a time. So,
speaking of, Tiffany just joined us. She says, "Look who."
Yeah.
Hi, Aaron. Oh my God. Oh, speaking of, wow, that's hilarious. Hi, Tiffany. Don't put me on the TV, please.
Jeff said he had a lot of girls write him letters in boot camp. Jeff, were these women that you knew?
Better not be my mom.
And Jeff, his birthday's the same, he says, as Elvis. When's your birthday, Jeff? Because I don't know when Elvis's birthday is.
Okay, Siri.
Oh, no, don't even get Siri going again. Haley says, we summoned Master Chief.
I don't know. It's a little nerve-wracking there.
Yeah.
Better relax with all that. Oh, wait, who is the one that said they were a barber? It's Abigail, right? Abigail. She requested to come from the barber. And one that's not going to deliver neck-style haircuts. In all fair honesty, it was a good cut. But the experience was freaking horrifying.
Ah, come on. It wasn't that bad.
That's all I'm going to say. He legit... Oh, what? He's like, hey, look, so...
You got to trust the process.
He's like, I hope you're not, like, hoping, like, a lot out of this haircut. Because, like... I'm like, bro, I swear, I was like, if there's one thing I care about, it's like definitely my hair. Like, please don't. He's like, it's okay if I mess up. Worst case scenario, you'll look like me. And for all of you that are in here that don't know,
Got
that
no
I was cutting
hair.
my hair is bald.
No hair. Told you it'll grow back. Jeff said yes, he knew all the females. January 73, January 8th. Okay, wow. January 8th. I did not know when Elvis's birthday was.
Wow. Hey, that's pretty good. Says, question, Sodi pop in the Navy? Yeah. Not in boot camp, but yeah. Do it. Just Blaze also says, hey, Chief, how are doing? What was your first MOS joining the Navy? Oh, I already know one of the first things you're going to say.
It's not a MOS. It's a rating.
God. So funny.
Hey, I agree with Haley. She says, just get that boot camp cut. Your problem will be solved. I don't know. I think I cut too much off one side. This side's sticking out, so I got to fix that tomorrow. I just keep chopping a little bit every day. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop.
Abigail says, yes, I'll be there in 5 minutes. I don't think you can make it past the gate, but I'm waiting.
Tell you, if you guys have any type of haircut experience on the civilian side when you join,
you are going to make so much money.
You will. On deployments and stuff, you can definitely make some money. Also, if you know how to do nails, I don't know why, but like when I was in Kuwait, we had 2 nail technicians, females that were nail technicians previously, and they made so much money. I don't know why you want to do your nails when you're over there, but hey. But yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay because Abigail loves me and she's not going to charge me for the sweet cuts.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll find it in between. I'll model the hairstyle like on her Instagram or something.
I don't know.
That. We'll promote her business.
Did he cut anything off the top, or is it just the sides?
He cut a little bit off top.
Okay. It still looks thick.
I told you, he didn't have a second guard.
Right.
So he legit just put a comb in between the hairs, and he goes, "That looks about right," and started cutting through the comb. He's like, "Don't move." I was like, "Are you serious right now?" He's like, "It'll be all right. Worst case scenario, you'll just look like me. We can always cut it off. It'll."
Boot camp haircut.
I'm like, bro, it's not funny. No, the cuts in boot camp hurt, and it, almost said Haley, Abigail. You could call it Navy cuts.
Hey.
Navy cuts by Abigail.
Haley says, do you have to be licensed? Because I'll grab a pair of scissors and cut anyone's hair. You know what? I used to just ask anybody because, you know, when you cut, you really can't see from behind. And I used to ask everybody, hey, I got a pair of scissors. I had a real nice, expensive pair. And I was like, can you cut it? And nobody would do it. But yeah, Haley, you don't have to be licensed. If you'd want to cut my hair and you were there, I would let you cut my hair. Like I said, if you're going to screw it up, it's going to grow back. It's no big deal.
Honestly, it's just like you cut one person's hair. Like if you can convince them to do that,
yeah.
You cut one person's hair, word will spread that you know how to cut hair. So
yeah, that actually happened. It took about 4 months, and finally one of the guys that would come through the armory, he's like, hey, I didn't want to tell anybody, but I do know how to cut hair. So he started cutting my hair, and then everybody was like, wow, you got an actual haircut. What's going on? And I didn't say anything, but people kind of figured it out. And then before you know it, they were asking him, which is what he was trying to avoid. Haley says, I can't promise it'll look good. And like I said, I don't care. I've had so many bad haircuts, even from people that I paid big bucks that went to school and are supposed to know how to cut hair. So yeah. And like I said, you kind of learn to do your own over time. I just chop the heck out of it. It'll grow back. I ain't worried about it.
AO1 says, are you still duty free? AO1, I have told them several times
I can't believe that.
I'm not standing watch. Oh, okay. I'll make sure I'll put you down.
I can't believe that they haven't taken you up on that offer.
You would think, because they're so freaking short-handed. They just
Are they
don't
really?
care, apparently.
They're that short-handed.
Not a problem.
Wow.
I've done my part. I'm short of going and writing my name down, taking the clipboard out of their hands to do that. I've literally done everything I can, so I don't care anymore. So it's whatever. Obviously, they don't need me, even though they tell me they need me, and it appears they need me. So whatever, I don't care.
We'll see how much longer you're there.
Like now,
Jeff says, I always preferred high and tight.
Hair in the A school barracks.
Yeah.
To answer Abigail's question, no. Depends on A school, but no. We cut hair inside our barracks, so.
Tell you, just get a pair of clippers.
Just make sure you get a second guard.
Walmart, eBay.
But Abigail, I trust you. You weren't gonna mess this up. I will.
Too funny. Hey Jeff, you say you prefer high and tight on the haircuts. Do you still keep your hair military cut, or did you let it grow out? I think it's funny how many people like go the extreme once they get out. I have a chief that I know. He's got this long hair now. He's got the long beard. It's like crazy. And then you got the other ones that they keep their high and tight throughout. At least your internet seems better tonight.
A little bit.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, it seems like Friday. Right, you're getting all kinds of messages there. Jeff's hair is thinning out.
Abigail says,
Yeah, I wish I would have learned how to cut hair when I was younger. Just like sewing, I used to sew everybody's patches on their dress whites because I knew how to sew.
it's like, that's
Make some real good money.
nothing like sewing.
Especially, you'll find out once you start putting on once you make third class, you have to have all your different patches sewn on. Stuff's expensive. Especially too when you go and get your warfare pins.
And I mean, once I make third, do I really put on or no? Because you're only gonna like really wear your whites when you like return home.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, Eric says they don't get the haircut anymore. Yeah, I know they just changed that for boot camp. I would still be cutting my hair though. Because like I said, I had long hair when I went to boot camp. I made sure I cut it beforehand, but even when my hair was within regs, but they still even cut it shorter, which was fine because being in Orlando, it was so hot. But yeah.
I actually have a question for you.
For me.
Yeah, the Navy birthday, Navy ball.
Yeah.
You're on deployment. What do you do for that?
We never had one underway.
Really? You don't do anything for the Navy's birthday besides?
Well, the Navy's birthday, you have a cake. You have a cake. You know, you have the oldest member, the youngest member, cut the cake and stuff. But I mean, you don't have a Navy ball or anything. Just like overseas, you don't have a Navy ball.
So where's the Navy ball generally at?
At a hotel or something.
I want to go to a Navy ball. At a hotel. Wow, that's very romantic. Love it.
Eric, he says
I want to go.
you can't. What do you mean you can't? Females, I know, don't get their hair cut anymore, and you said you can't. What do you mean you can't? They don't cut their hair anymore? They don't have anyone to cut it?
AO1 says, is the section leader petty officer there? Not right now. He generally stands watch with another first class, or 2 first classes, or a second and a first class, whatever. He's usually there at like 7:30 in the morning, and then he's here a little bit after noon, till around noon or whatever, and then he dips out. But that's it. That's the guy that's like in charge of our barracks. I have told him several times, hey, I see the same 5 people that are standing watch. You can throw me in there
Yeah.
to help out. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I tried. So
Well, that's
like I
all you
said,
can do.
Short of grabbing the clipboard out of his hands and putting my name down. I've told him several times. So
Warren 21, if I go reserves, what bases are available here in South Florida? Is it just Homestead? Now, you're not going to go to Homestead. It's in Hialeah. NOS Miami's in Hialeah. West Palm Beach is up by the airport in West Palm. Hialeah. And, I mean, you can go, like, if you're attached to certain units, like with the SEAL unit just came back down here, SOC South. But, yeah, you're not going to go to Homestead. You'll be at Hialeah. Jeff, after our initial haircut, they made us put sunscreen on so we wouldn't damage government property. So true. I had a real bad sunburn when I was over in Saudi Arabia, and I learned all about damaging government property.
yeah.
Eric says, if it's your hair's long for the females, then you won't be able to cut it. But if it's short hair already, it can be trimmed.
What?
Haley says they aren't given.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, that's what he's talking about. How they don't have to cut their hair anymore. I know they changed that. I believe it was January. They had it for the longest time, like in the 80s, where you didn't have to cut it. And then actually it was right when I was going in, they changed it. It was mandatory, and they just changed it back. But like I said, for your hair being long, it can be miserable depending on what you're doing. Haley, are they going to at least teach females how to put their hair up if they don't know how? I would hope so. Yeah, because that's part of, the regulations.
You're going to learn the sock trick.
The first time I saw that, I was like, what is going on? Because all the females are walking around, look like identical. And I'm like, what are they teaching these girls? And then I found out the little sock trick. Yeah.
For sure.
Especially if you're up there like in the wintertime, and you take a shower, and it's going to take a while if you got really thick hair and it's long to dry.
Yeah. Abigail says, graduated top of my class. Only thing I ever really did well, or did really well, rather, my dyslexia. Yeah, you're going to do a lot of other things that are going to be great. So it's just the start of great things to come. Wow, I feel like I could be like a philosopher or some crap. Some of the crap that comes out of my mouth, like, it would behoove me to get a great education.
Oh no! Don't start with the behooving. Behoove you.
It would behoove you. Hey, shipmate, it would behoove you to get a haircut next time I see you.
Inside joke. Inside joke. Eric says, yeah, that's the point, to teach how to put up the hair and know the regulations with long hair. Yeah, I can see that, but I don't know. It's just, it's funny, how they constantly change things back and forth throughout the years. What in the world was that? I don't know. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna have to go get some cereal. Oh,
You got
no.
a chicken burrito bowl.
No. No, 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 no. No.
Yeah, baby.
Nope. Okay, well, that's cool. It was an option when I was there, and they never taught us. Well, that sucks. I ended up getting mine cut after a week, too. Yeah. Just gotta, don't like something, it'll change. It's like the tattoo policy that's gone back and forth, back and forth.
Fingertip and toe tip.
No. Oh, man.
That's driving me crazy. I kind of want to know what Zoe was saying. All those messages were retracted before I read them. I kind of want to know.
Yeah, I get some of those periodically. Yeah, it's okay.
They're talking about, like, next thing I know, they're talking about, like, Sapper and whatnot. I'm like,
Eric says, watch, it's going to change tomorrow. Wouldn't surprise me.
probably.
Wouldn't surprise
I
me.
saw the stupidest thing considering Sapper in A school. I saw the stupidest thing.
Yeah.
There's this kid. The higher up you go in the barracks on floor, which goes up 3 floors, technically 4, but 3 floors is what we're allowed to stay up to. The higher up you go, hey, stupider people get. There's this kid that went running door to door, kicking open doors, running in, yelling at people, wearing his Dixie cup. He put on a towel as like a cape, and he had nothing else on except his skivvies. Running and kicking open doors, yelling "Sapper!" and then tackling people. You see some stupid things.
I'm assuming this individual is really young.
I was like, yeah, I was like 18. He looked at me, he's like, "Sapper!" I was like, bro, you come near me, I'm gonna punch you in the nipple. I was like, don't test me.
Wow.
I'm like, I'm gonna throw you off balance. One's gonna hurt and weigh you down. Don't touch me, bro. God, I saw so much stupid crap in A school. Oh God.
You'll see all kinds of interesting stuff. I'll see stories. Nah.
But I was I was going around. My buddy, he had his mom send him an Annabelle doll, and I ran around just chasing people with this doll. We got so many videos of me. Like, we would walk down the hallways just thinking, who's our next victim gonna be? People would leave their locked, but like latched, so they wouldn't close completely. I would just open their door and go in there with Annabelle. Oh my God, the videos I got are hilarious.
Oh
I went down on the quarterdeck where all the first classes were. They're in the middle of like getting all this paperwork, checking in like 300 people coming from boot camp, doing all kinds of crap. And then here comes my dumb self with a freaking Annabelle doll trying to check out and go outside. All these people coming in from boot camp are like, what the heck goes on here? And they're like, what is that? And I'm like, this is my wife, Sophia.
You're not right.
They're like, get rid of it. Take it back upstairs. Get rid of it. And like some of the petty officers too, they were like scared to death of Annabelle. So I was like, she gives hugs, and I would grab her little arms, which were like this, and from like the back, like I was a ventriloquist. Like she gets hold her arms up, so like her arms would be stiff, but the hands would just like dangle.
Oh,
and I
God.
would like hold her out.
You're not well, child.
I did some stupid stuff myself. I'm not gonna lie, but I didn't do anything crazy like feed raccoons. Like I walked around with a doll. Like
Yeah.
so, like, am I really that bad? Like I walked around with a doll. Like it's not that bad.
Warren says, not sure if you know the answer to this, but is it easier to get accepted into the officer program going active duty or reserves? I wouldn't say one's easier or the other. What it is it's a matter of quotas. Active duty, reserve, FTS, they all have different quotas, regardless if it's officer or if it is on the enlisted side. So it's the same process. Haley, something weird that bothers me. If we have our hair cut short for boot camp and decide to let it grow back out for the fleet, do you have to get a chit? No, you do not. Or do you just pin it up the best you can until it's long enough to put it into a bun? That is correct. Because as you know, it's going to get to that length to where it's going to be below your collar. It's not long enough to pin it up per se, but it's out of regs. So I just use bobby pins. I put it in best I could in a little like ponytail, and then you're just going to bobby pin it. That's why eventually, after I let it grow back twice,
Oh, there we go.
I just finally said, forget it. I'm cutting it short.
Am I allowed to show a picture of the president?
Why not?
It's not bad. I don't know, because like.
Well, if you're asking, generally that means. I mean,
It's
why are
not
you
bad.
asking?
It's not bad.
Okay. Then why would you ask? Oh, please, because he's got something AO in his hands, really? Oh, my. Did you make that?
You signed off on it if you ain't no ordinance.
Did you make that?
No, but I found it. It's the greatest thing ever. I have one for my ship, but it's not like something I should probably show on a live stream.
Wow.
Somebody sent me this, and they're like, "Hey, this is what you're getting yourself into." So I was like, "Oh God, I'll send it to you." It's like
crazy. With all this haircut talk, I'm bald, so you're not worried. You know what? I don't know why more individuals, males, don't go bald, because it's just so much easier to maintain, especially if you're like overseas.
No, it's not.
It is. You wait till you get to somewhere, like if you ever happen to go to like Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, to where it's like 120 plus degrees. Yeah. So many of the guys just start shaving their head.
You're forgetting that I work on a flight deck also, so.
Well,
it's pretty hot.
you will, yes. With the cranial, yeah. Yeah, you'll be all stinky.
For sure. I'm not, honestly, it's going to be difficult if they put me on a flight deck right away, which I'm sure they won't. But honestly, it's going to be like difficult to like go work extra hours after that. Like I'm going to have to like dig deep for sure.
Zane Downs, thank you for your videos and the information you and other Navy YouTubers put out. Excited to be part of the fleet. Awesome. Thank you. When are you supposed to head off to boot camp there, Zane? What are you showing? What in the world is that?
It's me and Annabelle.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Child, you are not right.
You want us? It gets better. Watch this.
What the heck? Oh my. Doesn't take much to entertain you.
So fast.
Oh.
He went so fast.
All right. Yeah, that's right, Zane. Yeah. Part of the EMF unit as a physician assistant. That's awesome. Awesome.
Look, watch how I hold out her hands like I was telling you. Look, watch your little hands. See your little hands.
You're freaking everybody out with the video.
It was the creepiest little thing. It was great.
Warren definitely.
By the way,
Even Warren says it's easier. Keep telling him to cut his hair. Stationed in Italy years ago, shaving my own head was definitely easier. Save you money. You don't have to worry about looking like Wolverine, which you guys keep complaining about right now because there's no one to cut your hair.
I think I look good. Abigail would agree. She likes the beard.
Oh God.
She check your phone.
It's charging. I'll check it in a bit.
You gotta check it. It's
All
pretty
right.
funny.
Jeff says you have to be flight deck qual before they turn you loose on the flight deck. That is true. Yeah, you're not going to just go straight up there.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter because you're going to be doing the FSA anyways.
This is true.
Zane says, do you have any suggestions?
1, 2, 3, 2.
Uh-huh. Are you going?
Beauty's asking. I have a couple that I could read.
Okay.
Beauty's asking, do y'all give us apartments? This is basically it. Until you're like a second class, you're not really going to get a house. So
A lot of it too. It depends on the command.
It's difficult to afford as well.
Yeah, it depends on the command, but generally, no, you're gonna have
They're
to.
a little apartment style.
Yeah.
And says he leaves the 28th, and he asks if we know anything about ABH. Second best rate in the Navy.
Oh, please.
Seconded by AO. I'm kidding. There's no such thing as the best rate or worst rate. But man, honestly, if I could be in the ABH, I would so do it. Honestly, I love my rate, but like, I don't know, just like I think it's the coolest thing ever to be able to be like. Can shoot a freaking jet. Like that is freaking that's freaking awesome. Like that's some Top Gun stuff right there. Like it's pretty awesome. But yeah, I'm sure she knows a lot more that they do besides just that. But like that's what I would that's my go-to is like they're the guys that are like
all the videos you've watched, yeah. Zane says, do you have any suggestions on how to get attached to a ship as a medical and reservists? Per se, there's only one ship that I know of, and that's the USS Emory S. Land. Currently, I believe it's still in Guam. Extremely rare for reservists to be on a ship, even for a mobilization deployment. Now, as far as being medical on the Comfort, I know quite a few officers on the reserve side that have gone 6 months, 9 months on the Comfort. That is possible. So yeah, you'll just find out once you get to your NOSC and your command. You have to get all your quals and stuff. But yeah, there's orders all the time actually I just saw a couple today for actually over in Afghanistan. It's not a ship, but yeah, they're always looking for different types of medical stuff. And yeah. Comfort, I haven't seen as many for the Mercy, but definitely the Comfort. And Warren says, I've heard that different rates promote faster. So if the GM and or MA promote rather quickly, it depends. To the active reserve FTS, they're all different. The only thing I can say like right now is definitely like HM's locked up for all the way across all three of the components.
Always will be.
Well, I wouldn't say always would be because it wasn't before. Like I said, before CBs were totally locked up. They're starting to open up a little bit. So
it's tough.
But yeah, there are different ratings that promote quicker. A lot of them quite often are things like I've said in the past, like CT ratings or IS, because a lot of those individuals, they take what they learned and they go work. They leave after 1 or 2 contracts and they go work on the civilian side. Creates openings.
So Beauty asks, can I do RAP after A school? Well, it depends. Some jobs you get are going to have A school, and once you're done with that, you immediately like go straight to like C school, or you wait to enroll at C school. Typically after C school or whatever is your last type of school. Like if you're only going to do A school, after that you can request to go back. Like now you got to work out your whole plane ticket ordeal, which it can be a mission and a half, but in some cases it's not. It just depends. But ultimately, like reworking your plane ticket can cost you money if you don't like go about doing it the correct way. But
Yeah.
you can do it. Especially if you're going overseas, they're going to give you like up to like 15 days or something, and then they only charge you for like maybe 5. So,
Well, so much of that
So,
right
yeah.
now is going to depend all on the COVID-19. I mean, because yeah, things are different right now for both active and reserves.
Yeah. And Tiffany asked me why not about posting the videos, because she asked me she said I should post those videos of me with the doll.
Yeah.
And I messaged back in the chat saying, how about no? She says, why not? I could put my time and energy into putting those together and make a video just for someone to get like a quick laugh, or I could put my time and energy into a video that's going to actually help people. So, my feelings on my skit, I was like, should I do a comedy skit? Yes or no? And the amount of people that clicked no was disgusting.
Are you serious?
Disgusting. It got like 100 and something votes, and 25% or so said no. I was like, fine.
Well, people want the information.
Yeah, maybe I can find a way to do like a comedy skit with the information in there. But
Haley says, my puppy came to say hello. Haley, what's your puppy's name and what type of dog?
I know her puppy's name.
What? What is it?
Duamas. Pablo Escobar.
Okay.
He has a little mustache and a little briefcase. Wears a suit.
Okay. Jeff says ADs are still locked up from what he's heard. Yeah, I haven't looked at like all the aviation ratings and stuff. Please expand on some of the changes due to COVID-19 if you can. Warren, are you talking about in general, or I mean, because like just boot camp alone, the whole process with the 14-day quarantine prior to starting. Yeah, you know, that leave. So yeah, things as far as like going on leave and all, that's not happening. Individuals that are coming out of A school, C school, supposed to head off to their ships. That's not happening if they're underway. So yeah, everything's day to day. Things change, but everything right now, it's been pretty much altered. Reserves have not done a drill since February at the NOSC. Fortunate that about 80% took their advancement exam, because reserves do advancement in February instead of March like active. So they're going to do the other 20% in July, but they're doing everything virtual. My puppy's name is Sam. So you were way off. It's not Escobar or whatever you said. His puppy's name is Sam. He's a lab pit mix, 72 pounds, currently asleep. Oh.
Do you know who Pablo Escobar is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. He's a nice guy.
Yeah. Okay.
So Abigail says, should I know RTC Chin Command for the depth test? You probably won't even know a single one of them. You probably won't even have the opportunity. And it's not on the depth test, so. I literally just put that video out today.
Warren, so things are basically more drawn out. You're saying,
Yeah,
wow, reserves not since February, that affects drill and such. Yeah, reserve subjects said they actually received an email yesterday for individuals that are not familiar on how to do additional types of ways to earn courses and stuff that I used to always inform my sailors about. I still do, along with I've put out in a lot of videos, and I'll be doing some more specifically just for the reserves, both enlisted and officers. But yeah, as far as ATs, they actually just also received the email today notification that if you're on any type of IA deployment and supposed to be coming back, like right now, they're held up until July. So yeah, like I said, everything is just day by day. You know, you got to be fluid. But yeah, it's everything's changed at the moment. Is your roomie like watching TV or something?
I think he's listening to music, which I'm trying to cover my mic so I don't get a copyright
because I
strike.
said I don't want a copyright strike.
Keep watching random videos on an app.
All right. But yeah, for like the reserves and stuff, they said their last, depending on when they were drilling in February, but for the most part, they did a drill at the NOSC in February, March, no, April, no. And they were told not, as of right now, not until July that they'll be back. So yeah, which, I mean, it's going to hurt for, of course, everybody skipped the PFA, but it's going to hurt as far as like falling behind with the OSU units and stuff, for those of you that may be familiar with the reserve side with doing evaluations. Because I know for March with the E5s, we used to have like 100 and some E5s evaluation. So by not being at the NOSC, it's just gonna be that much more difficult to get them completed. What are you laughing at?
You don't want to know.
That good, huh?
I was sending somebody the videos of me running around with the Abigail doll or whatever it is, the Annabelle, not Abigail, Annabelle doll. Scaring the people. A lot of it is freaking mental. Can you imagine someone knocks on your door, you open your door, and there's no one there, and then all of a sudden there's an Annabelle doll in your...
No, that's like a, when I saw you with that, with the video, it kind of reminded me of like the Chucky doll. That's what I thought of.
Carrie in someone's room, and they were asleep. I turned off the lights, and they were like, "What?" And
that is wrong.
And like,
that is wrong.
And I just poked her head out, and there was a way. I like stuck my finger like up her shirt and like out throughout her neck, and I like grabbed her cheek. So all he really saw was the side of her head, and I used my finger to like slowly push her face in it.
That is wrong.
This dude is in his bed. He started crying.
Jeez. This
grown man. This dude's like 28 years old in his bed.
Well, I would freak out over that too. That's just wrong.
He thought it was his roommate, and he's like, "Oh, hey, bro, you there?" And the lights cut off.
Wow. Crazy.
This dude probably crapped himself in his bed. Like, this dude.
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised.
Bro, man, 20. So he pulled up the covers and he was crying. Like, it was the greatest thing ever. You should have heard my roommate's reaction to it. I was like, "Hey, bro, I'm gonna put her in your closet." Oh. This is the greatest. I'm gonna have to find it and play it. It is hilarious. It is the funniest thing. The funniest thing. I swear.
So Carrie says, "I am Obi-Wan." Thank you. Warren, so if Hialeah is local for South Florida, which it is, when you get deployed, it's a mobilization. BAH is based on South Florida rates, correct? Sorry for all the questions. Don't be sorry. That's what I'm here for. Your BAH is wherever your home of record is. So wherever you're receiving your mail, that's your BAH, which down here in South Florida, Broward County, Miami-Dade, it's the same. Go to West Palm Beach, it's less money. But yeah. So I forget, it actually just increased. It increases a little bit every year. But like for when I was getting my GI Bill actually December was the last that I received No. Well, December when I was in school, but January, February for voc rehab, you get an additional 2 months after. And I was making $2,500 a month. That's tax free, but that's an E5 with dependent pay. So yeah, I mean, I was making like $2,900 a month for BAH.
I found the video, by the way.
So,
you want to laugh?
Oh boy.
Here we go. Well, first, did you answer that question?
No, I answered the question. I was just going to say really quick, if anyone else is any question, especially about reserves, definitely let me know. But Warren says, but doesn't that change when you're active? Because I'm married with kids, since you could be stationed away from your family. No, what happens in the reserves, if you do like your 2 weeks AT, if you generally anything under 29 days is BH type 2. And I say generally just because with the whole COVID-19, another email came out within the last few days saying now if you, for any type of orders you do, even if you did 2 weeks, you'll get the full BAH. But no, it's full BH, and then you would get with dependents. Doesn't matter if you have just a spouse or if you have 15 kids, it's all the same.
All right, you ready to laugh at this?
All right. What do you got? I know you're just dying over there to.
I'm gonna put her in your closet. I swear to God, you put her in my closet. It'll be the last goddamn thing you fucking do. Open his closet. I'm not opening that. Yes, bro. Whoa! What the fuck is that?
All right.
Whoa! What the? Like literally everybody I passed in the hallway, like that was their reaction, if not worse. They were like, "Oh!" Like,
it's
no.
It's a little weird that you're carrying around a freaky doll.
It's cute.
Yeah. Okay.
She has a name.
But yeah, but BAH. And something else what most reservists don't understand is when you go from reserve, you're in one system, and then you have to be lost to be gained and active. Good night, Chief. Taps, lights out. Good night, Jeff. Have a good one.
Good night, Jeff.
But yeah, you make some real good money on the reserve side when you go on orders. Like I said, because you can be an E1. For instance, you could have an E1 reservist, say on the ship with Aaron, and Aaron's just receiving his pay, maybe like flight deck pay, sea pay, all that. Whereas a reservist, they're also receiving that same flight deck pay if they're like the equivalent job, sea pay, base pay, but they're also receiving full BAH. So for instance, if you're like in New York, Hawaii, California, you can make some real good money.
Tis true.
Yep.
I'm not getting no comments on mine.
No, that's you scared everybody away probably with that stupid doll.
10 viewers.
Warren says, "Oh, good to know. Thanks. You're welcome, Warren. Anything else you want to know? About like doing your AT. There's different ways to make extra money when you fill out your travel claim and stuff. Over the years I learned all the ins and outs. Haley, the original Annabelle is actually a rag doll. You always say Annabelle. What I actually think of is the reindeer. Well, those of you that are familiar with it. The movie just shows a porcelain misspelled because it's scarier. Warren says, I wasn't aware of that fact. Yeah. Especially, I serve, like I said, both active and reserve. And so much of my reserve time was on active duty. But, I know the ins and outs on both sides. Both sides. And the good thing, too, on the reserves, because if you're a cross-assigned unit attached to them, like I was in Hialeah, and I was across the sign out to state of Washington. And I was going out there for quite a while. Every month, you get, instead of just your regular drill pay, I got IDTT pay, which included the travel. So they paid for the rental car, the airplane ticket. And then I also got, on your travel days, you get 75% of your per diem. But then what I would even do is I would go out for sometimes like 4 days. So I'd have 2 full days of per diem. And I mean, I would easily come home after 4 days, which 2 of those days actually being travel days. I would easily base pay, per diem and everything, come home with like anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200, depending on where I was at. Warren says, I'm going to have to rewatch your video about, I don't know why in the world the light just hit that funny. Medical visits being on orders. Good night, Carrie. See you in the next stream. Yeah, I think you're talking about medical visits as far as documentation if you're injured, because like when I broke my ankle, when I was on my AT, things have changed since that happened. I was actually one of the individuals that was unfortunate, but I was actually one of them that helped make that change, because now if you're injured, you are kept on orders. So basically you're kept on active duty. At the time when it happened to me, they stuck me in Little Creek for 3.5, almost 4 days. My unit actually deployed and forgot about me. Didn't really forget about me. They were mission oriented. And I had no idea like what was happening. And I just had a senior chief. I was the first class at the time. I had a senior chief show up out of nowhere and from Yorktown, Virginia, and had a plane ticket for me, put me on a plane, sent me home. So I actually was back on a reserve status, which I never should have been released. And for 2 years, I was not technically able to drill or even work as a civilian, because that was just a whole nightmare. But yeah, it's things have changed, because I know like I contacted so many people up in DC and through BUMED and everything, and things eventually change for reservists. Like I said, now if you have any type of injury, you're on orders until it's fixed, which is the way it should be.
Anyone asked me if the connection sucks here because my feed is lagging.
Yes, it sucks.
Yeah, I'm on the base internet. It's a struggle. Y'all want to donate to the Aaron would like to get an internet fund, internet system fund?
Well, can't you hook it up?
So I could go get some real internet.
Can't you hook it up through your phone and use your phone as a hotspot? It doesn't work that way?
They're like constantly flying C2s and what are they called, growlers?
Yeah.
So I seriously think they just scramble everything in the area. I honestly think. Well,
it's also the barracks.
So
your building with all that metal and stuff in the barracks.
Yeah. And it's like every few minutes a plane is landing, a plane is taking off. It's just nonstop cycling them out. So I don't know what the deal is.
Haley says, what about your
they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Haley says, what about your Ethernet cable? Can't you get that and plug it in?
There's no internet.
Ethernet
cable.
Ethernet.
Well,
no.
There's no
Okay.
Wi-Fi. That's all there is. There's nothing I can directly. There's nothing for a direct plug.
Okay.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It happens. It happens. Well,
you need to teach me how to make these
the what?
Freaking thumbnails that you make. Yeah.
Well, let me know. I'll make you some thumbnails. I said I use Photoshop.
You're like, what?
I use Photoshop.
What do you use?
Photoshop.
You use Photoshop?
Yeah.
Hey, like, how long does it take you? Like a few minutes?
30 seconds to a minute, depending on what I put on it. Like I said, it depends on my mood. If I want to really put time and effort into it, but yeah, it depends on what's going on.
I need to get with you and figure out how to use Photoshop. I've never used it before.
YouTube. I taught myself everything on YouTube. Anybody else got questions? Questions? This is terrible. I'm sitting here thinking about what I'm going to have to eat, and it's after midnight. Hungry. I do have a salad in there. I could go eat a salad.
Look at it.
M. Hart says, do we get family day after before graduation?
Not right now, you don't.
Yeah. Yeah, everything right now is, like I said, that's another one of the things that have been changed. You know, there's no graduation. Actually, it was sometime in March was the last one. And who knows when that's going to pick back up. Family day, all that, you know, they're not going to risk you going and seeing your family to come back and possibly infect somebody.
But generally, it's right after graduation. Like they give Liberty Call, and then you get like a couple hours to go spend your at a tow line at a certain time.
Yeah, I never had, my family never came to my graduation or any of when I returned back from the ship or anything. I never had anybody there. Warren says, I'm a 6th grade teacher. I'm sure I'll have more questions next time for you. My brain is fried. I understand that. Thanks for all the info. I really appreciate this live stream. Yeah, I'll be doing some more live streams. I did one last week on my channel. I've been doing a lot on Aaron's channel, but I'm going to start doing more. I actually want to start doing some even earlier in the day, especially for individuals that may still not be back to work. So, you know, answer whatever questions, maybe even do like a designated reserve only or active only or gunner's mate or, you know, whatever. I'm up for feedback, whatever you guys want.
Abigail asks, how many clothes should I bring to A school? Like shorts and pants mostly, and shirts.
Shorts.
She said shirts and pants.
Okay.
Just bring a few changes of clothes. You don't really need like a whole lot, especially if you're going to a ship. Like, don't do like the majority of us do, including myself, which is probably have too much.
You should just take what you have right now, like 4 outfits. That's all you really need. Good night, Warren.
Well, I got mostly stuff to like sleep / go to the gym in.
Yeah.
They got 2 nice dress shirts.
What are you talking about? You haven't even been to the gym.
Huh?
Have you been running?
I have not.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's been beautiful here in the mornings. It's been like in the 60s, low 70s, nice breeze. I do my little walks. My walks. I haven't seen Milton on tonight. I guess Milton's tired. Or Danielle.
Danielle wants to camp, no?
No, Danielle's not going until September.
Oh, that's right.
I don't know. The last 2 times when I said that, she told me she was actually there but quiet. But I don't think she's here tonight.
I could text her. Be like, hey, it's your boy Juju. What's up, bro?
Juju.
I did text her. She's like, who is this? Said search your feeling. And she said, hold on. Is this AA Ron? And she sent a picture. She sent a picture of like a cat. And then I was like, no, that's a cat.
Oh, yeah. Funny. So what other videos are you working on?
Me?
Yes, you.
Well, I guess that would make sense if you'd be talking to me. I'm gonna try. I'm supposed to go to the next tomorrow. I wanted to buy some groceries and some clothes, mostly socks. And some brown shirts, because you need brown shirts. You can't ever have brown shirts. So socks, brown shirts, and whatnot. Tomorrow, I really wanted to maybe not do a video.
Oh.
If I was going to do a video, which I probably am, it's going to be workouts you need to do while you're in quarantine.
That'd be a
That
good
way
one.
I can also get in a pump or two myself and not have you criticize and judge me.
Would I do that?
So-
No.
Have you been going to the gym? Have you been running?
Well, no, because you said that you have workout clothes and that, so or gym clothes, and I was like, well, you haven't been going to the gym, and you're always saying you're going to go running,
Well,
but
I was before the Rona.
yeah.
I was.
Okay.
It just, I
Okay.
hate running outside. I genuinely hate running outside. It sucks.
Yeah.
I need to start lifting, but look at my body. Like if I actually was to start doing heavy lifting, I think I would be like Lou Ferrigno or something disgusting. But yeah. But I'll be forever stuck looking like a modern day Eddie Munster. So we'll just go past that.
Haley says,
For those of
how do
that
you
don't
feel?
know Eddie Munster.
Haley says, how do you feel about round 5 of Jumanji, Murder Hornets? I've seen all the little memes on Facebook. It's quite comical. I've only once been stung. It was actually by a bee. I sat on it, and that was the only time. So, yeah, I don't know. I've heard a little bit about the Murder Hornets, but I haven't read up on them. It's crazy times we're living in, I'm telling you. Crazy.
Hey Cortana.
So what?
Deactivated on my computer's Cortana. Halo. Cortana. Search. It's not set up. It's not set up. Okay, whatever.
I do feel like we're in a Jumanji game, though.
Murder Hornets. I do like the Trump memes though. They are the funniest things. It's always someone whispering in Trump's ear, Mr. President, this is dying down. Everybody's gonna start questioning about the coronavirus being a conspiracy or whatever, basically is what they're getting at. And then he's just release the Tiger documentary, and then it's release the Murder Hornets. It's the stupidest crap. It's funny though. Release the Tiger documentary. I was like, oh, I've yet to watch that.
I was gonna say, did you watch it yet? No.
No.
You saw the?
I don't think I ever will.
Did you see the picture that I put on Facebook?
No, but it's a track released by the Illuminati. I'm more than positive.
Oh, okay.
So
I think I actually because the Tiger King he actually went to a lot of the malls throughout the country to make money, and I think I was actually one of his participants because back in the 80s I actually have a picture with a little baby cub.
Oh, that. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, I saw that earlier. I thought I reacted to it. That's not.
I don't remember.
Did you see what I shared with you?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, about the GM. Okay, yeah,
Yep.
you did see that.
Yep,
That's
yep,
right. I
yep,
tagged you in it.
yeah. What you got? You got any questions?
You and all your pretty friends. Oh look, she's in TSA. Kiss? What is this about Kiss? Navy study aids. I love how everything on your page is Navy related, Navy related, Navy related, Navy related, YouTube, something completely random. Navy related, YouTube, Murder Hornets.
Yeah.
You did like that cat video I shared with you though.
Yeah, I did. I did.
Thank you. Happy to share with you.
Yes. Oh man.
Yeah. Let me open my YouTube back up. I'm doing like a million things right now.
I see that. I see
paying
that.
attention to what we're doing.
I see that. I'm gonna give it 15 more minutes, and then I'm actually gonna head to bed.
Where we at? Abigail says, I'm going civilian to reserve, so I'll be able to bring all my stuff with me home after school, which is cool because you can bring up to like 8 bags then. And you show them your ID, which you're not really supposed to, but no one ever cares. So you show them your ID, you know. Good.
What are you talking? What are you talking about? Show them your ID for what?
So you're good. When you go and you check in your bags for like a plane or whatever,
Yeah.
and if they weigh so much or whatever, like if the weight limit is 50 pounds and your bag weighs like 70, like a lot of mine did, and then they're like, oh, that's gonna be let's just do some simple math, $168 per bag, and you're like, shing, golden pass.
Well,
you're like, oh,
on the reserve
side.
on the reserve side, you're gonna always show them your military ID. Because she's going to have orders anyways.
Well, you're not supposed to be showing them the ID. Like, I'm just saying, especially if you're going, like, on a personal travel thing, whatever, you're not really supposed to show your ID. But, like, let's be honest, everybody's doing that because no one's paying for baggage. So.
Well, no.
It is what it is.
No, it's not that. I mean, you're not going to get free baggage by showing your ID because I can do that. You got to show your orders. She'll have orders, but they're always going to show your ID.
I talked to several first classes and a bunch of retired people that were there on the plane when I was transferring, and I was in my blues, and they were all wanting to talk to me because they were in the Navy and they were hardened veterans, this, that, and the other, and they're like, "Do you show your ID?" And I was like, "Yeah." Well, yeah. And they're like, "Oh, we do that too. You get free baggage?" No. Yeah. They're like, "All right, cool." I was like.
I would like to know who those people are because that's BS. Because I've even shown my ID to get on the plane first, and they don't always take it.
Well, they had literally just did it too. So
yeah,
literally just did it there at that airport. So
you're talking about in Chicago?
This was in Florida.
In Pensacola.
I met some people and. I met some people in Florida. I met some people here. I met some people in Texas. Yeah, like all over.
Yeah.
Texas.
Nah. Because you're only supposed to get that free.
That's disgusting. Yeah. Top Guns is in here. Says oh gosh. I'm trying to get correct. There's 2 new people in here, I guess. They did a bunch of back and forth shenanigans, I guess.
Shenanigans.
Allah snack bar. Are y'all a couple? Why do I always get that question?
I don't know.
Everybody thinks I'm with Chief. No. Hey, Ben is in here. Hey, what's going on, Ben? He says, hey, Aaron, I got my ASVAB book. I've been studying it. Man, I'm telling you, you're super motivated. That's freaking awesome. Keep killing it. But look, like I said, you still got so many years ahead of you before you're even ready for the Navy.
Yep.
I know you're 10, but I don't know what grade you're in, man. Just like I said, focus on your school, because if you're just focusing on school, you're already going to be learning some of the stuff that you're going to need for the ASVAB, like arithmetic, reasoning, your mathematics, English. It will tools and objects and all that, and like what is it called, like assembling objects and whatnot. Like you look at that, because you're not gonna really get like a whole lot of that in school. So like study that stuff. But yeah, get really really good at math above anything else. Just study as much math as you can, because math and English are a big part of the ASVAB. I don't want to say more important than any of the others, but they're a pretty good deciding factor for like your line scores. So get if anything, get a really, really good score in your math for sure, because just your math can open up quite a few jobs.
Math and your general science also.
General science.
Yep.
Yeah. Alex Kunzman is in here. Says, "What's up, Aaron? What's up, Alex? What's going on?"
Oh man.
I think I've officially hit the 1800 mark.
Awesome.
This video, or the depth, it's not doing too bad. Doing okay.
A lot of people have been asking that question, so that's good that you did that.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a top 5 workouts to prepare you for Navy boot camp. What?
Okay.
What?
Awesome.
What?
Awesome. Are you gonna do that tomorrow?
You're laughing at me.
Are you gonna do it tomorrow? You said that you weren't going to make a video, but are you gonna do it tomorrow?
No, I meant as far as like the Navy history video. I
Oh,
want
okay.
to put off on that, but I'm not. I want to put a lot of work into it. Like I want it to be a solid video. Like I want it to be that's something like I'm going to put a lot of care into doing.
Okay.
And rightfully so. Like I should put a lot of care into that video. Like I want to throw in like other facts, like, oh, during this time, blah 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 blah, the Navy did this, and this was a very detrimental, whatever. Also, the first chief petty officer occurred during this year. That person was this, and they did this, and their accomplishments were this. You know,
Awesome. I can't wait for that one.
stuff like you don't normally know.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff people
Yeah,
don't
like-
know until they go up when they're actually going through their chief's initiation.
I'm sure your mind was blown when you heard me say Unity Service Navigation, because I've been asking
Yes.
first classes. They don't have a freaking clue.
Well, they don't.
They don't. I'm like, really? Like, it's not that hard of a thing, and they have no freaking clue. And I'm like, you're eligible for chief. Or so like, I'm sure like you should be like studying a lot of stuff to become a chief, especially just stuff about being a chief,
Right,
the heritage
but-
of a chief.
But a lot of people, it's like
Chief's
anything in
birthday.
life. If you don't know about it and you don't have somebody guiding you, you don't know what to study. I mean, that's just in general anything in life.
Well, it doesn't hurt to look. Like, I didn't know. What did I do? I went and freaking found somebody at the price of eating in at boot camp. But
Yeah.
I said, whatever. I'm going to go ask her. I ran up to that freaking chief. What recruit? Chief. You got a second? I was like, I want to learn something. You teach me this. Like, I did that in an environment where I could have, like, gotten annihilated. So,
Yeah, but
That's just-
but think about it. How many
afraid.
individuals? How many individuals are even in that mindset when they're that junior? You know, they're worried about the here and now, passing. Like, that's where I was surprised when you said you did it in boot camp, because I'm like, they're worried about the here and now, passing boot camp. You know, what's the next step? A school. But yeah, you're ahead of the game. Haley checked out for the night. Bye, Haley.
Bye, Haley. But yeah, you have to have a short-term goal, but also a long-term goal. There's nothing wrong with having multiple goals.
Oh, I understand that, but I'm saying most people do not have that mindset, or even their long-term goal that may be like, I want to become an officer, or like you said, I want to become a chief, but they're not thinking of the steps between here and there. You know, or like I said, they don't have somebody mentoring them.
It's true.
Let's see here. I got a question. If testing to advance is required in order to stay in, how does that work with rates that don't offer a lot of opportunity and advancement? Great question.
So
No, you can go ahead. What are you gonna say?
So they have, I know what you're thinking of. So they have obviously like the move up or move out rule. That's for people that, all right, I'm a second class. I'm happy with being a second class. I just want to stay as a first class. No, you're going to, because essentially you're just holding up a spot and you're not allowing other people a chance to become leaders and progress themselves in their career. So basically, you're in a sense becoming a nuisance and a hindrance for other people that would like a turn to better themselves, and their career. So that's where that kind of comes into play. You can be stuck as an HM1, or I'm sorry, we'll say HM3, HM2, whatever. You can be stuck as an HM2 and constantly become HM1 once or twice a year, whatever it is. I think it's twice a year. But as long as they see like, hey, you're putting forth the effort to try and make the promotion, you're getting your good evals and whatnot, like you're trying. So, but they understand things like that, like certain rates. Just like right now, the advancement percentage for HM is 0.7%. So 7 people out of 1,000 people are gonna get promoted. So they understand little things like that. So it's not that has almost a 0% chance basically of getting promoted.
But that's also where the Navy,
they take things like that into consideration.
The Navy comes up with programs like they had PTS, Perform to Serve. They've had different programs throughout the years to where if you're not performing, they force you to choose another rating or get out. But it also goes back to, like, for instance, you're saying about the testing, higher tenure is different between active and the reserves. A lot of individuals, you hit higher tenure, you're not able to advance if you're an E3, E4, depending on, like I said, if you're a corpsman or something that's locked up, you're going to be forced out. It's just that simple. But then they usually go to the reserves because, like, you cannot retire as an E5, a second class on the active duty side. You are able to on the reserves. That changed several years ago. So yeah, but no, I mean, that's also where it comes up to, like you're saying, if you don't have that movement, that's where it can be justified to change jobs. So yeah, you would just put in, go through the process to cross over to something that's more open.
But also, like, look at it from another standpoint. So that's like the administrative overall view standpoint, but then also look at it from like a supervisor standpoint also. Like, let's say like at some point I'm gonna become like an AO2, right? So I'll be a supervisor. So like the way that I want to run my shop is like I want the sailors that, I don't want to say that are working for me, but the sailors that I work with, that I'm guiding and mentoring.
Right.
When that time, I want them to come in the shop, like have a good time, not feel like it's work. I want us to accomplish the mission and have a good time while we're doing it. I want them to go above and beyond what they're supposed to do. Like I shouldn't have to ask somebody, like, hey, if you get a chance, take out the trash. Like I shouldn't have to ask everybody to go do that every day. Somebody should just take the initiative and go do it. That's just like demonstrating leadership. Something small is like taking out the trash, holding a door for someone, or hey, you know what? I'll go do this. I know this is a crappy job, or I'll run and go grab paint, or I'll run and grab cleaning supplies. Like just small little crap. So like if that's how I'm gonna be as a leader, that's how I have to go into the shop. Like I would my age when I go to him and I finally start working for him or working with him, I would understand like that's his mindset. So like if that's how I'm gonna run things when I get to that level, that's how I should perform at what I would expect my guys to do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So like in order to become a good leader, first you need to become a good follower. And that's a set rule. Like it's just an absolute. So good leaders were once great followers. So there's so much stuff you could get into, but that's like the general gist of it. And I'm sure Chief is like, that's what I'm talking about. It's my boy. So.
Smelly Feet still here. Is it possible to take the ASVAB in high school? I'll be a senior next year. Yes. I actually took it my senior year. It's good for 2 years. So yeah, sometimes individuals take it in their junior year, but yes. And it's actually great because like Aaron was saying, you guys are already, dealing with all the science and the math and the English, and math is generally what most individuals have an issue with. And I know, I guess it was Ben on his channel was talking about getting the ASVAT book, and I put it out in like 3 different videos for me. If you guys need the ASVAT for Dummies 2018-19 version, you can email me. I'll send it to you. And I also have some practice exams, especially for like math and things. But yeah.
Let's see. Alex says swim qual is pretty easy in boot camp. If you are a decent swimmer, it's not hard. They're going to show you exactly what to do. And if you can't swim, like, don't even worry about it, because they're going to bring you to like this kiddie pool, and they're going to literally like teach you. Like, stop laughing. It's a kiddie pool. It's like waist deep, enough to be able to like get you to float. And they're going to teach you how to swim in this kiddie pool. Like, you'll be doing that all at boot camp until you can pass.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the swim test or anything. I mean, the thing about swimming is if you're not a strong swimmer or, whatever, it's just relax. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
I actually want to make.
Hi, I just joined, but I'm joining the Navy, but my confidence is horrible. How can I work on that before I go to boot camp? I would say your knowledge is half the battle. You're gonna get yelled at, like, it's gonna happen. It's just part of it. But you'll get used to it. I hate saying it, but like it is what it is. But you'll get used to it. But yeah, boot camp isn't anything to honestly stress over. It really isn't. Like, they're gonna try to like scare you in the beginning. They'll probably scare you, but like it just gets better. And boot camp's a lot of fun. So.
It's just a process.
It's fun.
It's something we all went through. It's just a process.
You're just learning how to live in this lifestyle.
Yeah, because you have to literally reprogram your brain from a civilian to being a sailor, because, and I'm sure you can attest to it now, it's a whole new language. I mean, it's just, along with learning like how to wear the uniform, with proper courtesies, but proper, like wearing your hair proper way, females with longer hair, things of that nature.
You appreciate things that normal people don't appreciate. Like, it's hard to explain.
I agree with that.
For me, it's just you get into the lifestyle. But I go home, like, you're different. I am? Yeah. I remember I was riding in the car with my buddy. He's like, you changed. I was like, is it a good change? I'll never forget what he said. I don't know.
Not sure yet.
Okay. Like, okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So I was asked, Smelly Feet said, Chief, would you say boot camp was fun? I loved it. I came from a household where it was normal to yell, Italian family and all, but I loved it. I loved looking forward to, even though I got beat sort of like Aaron did on a one-on-one basis, because I had a RDC that did not like me because of my last name, which I just thought funny. But for me, I was getting paid. I was getting paid to have somebody have me work out. It was all learn, like in boot camp, now you're learning about firefighting, all these things that you don't understand so much when you're in, especially when you're younger. But once you, go out to the civilian world, it's like, wow, I learned so much. But no, I loved it. The people you meet, I think I had discipline, but it was a different type of discipline that they instilled in me. Confidence definitely really helped with my confidence. But yeah, I didn't want to, I was kind of like Aaron. I didn't want to leave boot camp. And when I did leave and went to A school and C school, I wanted to go back. So.
Yeah. Like, at boot camp, it will get so much easier once you stop caring. Not just thinking, okay, once I stop caring, so I just don't give a crap about anything. No. Boot camp gets easier when you understand nothing is really in your control. So you just stop caring about trying to control what happens to you. Like, I was getting beat on a daily basis, and it sucked. Like, mind games were played throughout the entire day. Like, it sucked.
Well,
and eventually I just stopped caring. I was like, as soon as we get back to the compartment, she's just going to beat the crap out of me. Whatever. Let's just get it over with. I don't care anymore.
I think, though, when you say, though, about, like, stop caring, and I know because we've had this conversation, so I know what you're referring to and talking about. But it's really just don't take it personal. Your RDCs are there to do a job. They're not taking it personal. So, yeah. Oh, Benjamin's still here. Benjamin, I hate to hear. He keeps saying he's depressed. I hate to hear this, Benjamin. Who do you got to talk to?
What is it?
Who do you got to talk to, Benjamin?
You're not the only one. I'm depressed.
Well, it's a depressing, scary time we're in right now with just everything going on. I went through, like I said, a few-week depression earlier in April. So, like I said, talk to somebody. Definitely talk to somebody. You just gotta. It's difficult, but you gotta work through it.
Yeah. But yeah, you just have to you have to understand nothing's in your control. So you have to stop caring about trying to, oh, I gotta do this so I don't get beat. I gotta just do what you're supposed to do. Just don't take it the wrong way when I say just stop caring, because all I'm trying to say is just don't take that the wrong way. I stopped caring about it. Just no matter what I do, I'm gonna get beat. It's whatever. Whatever. It is what it is. That's basically the mindset I got to. And as soon as I developed that mindset, they kind of saw that I just kind of just gave into it and just basically accepted it. You know?
Right.
So that it was kind of not fun for them to beat me. So then they were just go away. Then they found someone else and they just started beating the crap out of them. So I was just
well, that never happened for me. It from the moment I got there to the moment I left. Like I said, I was getting paid to work out. That's the way I looked at it.
But either way, whether it's only a week, whether you're getting beat the entire time you're there, whatever, you're only there for so long. So it is what it is. Like I said, some aspects of boot camp were absolute hell for me. I would still go back and do it. Now, knowing what I know now, but yeah, for sure.
Well, that's just it. So, yeah.
Abigail asks, can you bring a mini blender and a rice cooker to A school?
I thought she was going to say to boot camp. Oh.
Abigail, you're ridiculous.
Hey, she's thinking about making smoothies and stuff for breakfast.
Clippers.
Or after working out. She's thinking about having a protein smoothie.
No, negative.
Yeah. Wow.
I guess my stream crashed, maybe. Tiffany's asking if my stream crashed. I don't think so. Question mark?
I don't know. Let me look at it. No? Well.
I'll just reset it. I'll tell you connecting.
SS Rot says it crashed for me too. I don't know. Colin's here. Colin, we were wondering where you're at, bud. Aren't you leaving tomorrow?
Oh.
Yeah, Colin says your stream crashed. Hey, Colin.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I haven't seen Colin, Danielle, Milton. Oh, he's leaving Sunday. Okay. I thought you said Thursday, or maybe that was Miko. I know somebody was leaving tomorrow. So you're getting all your last minute meals in that you're looking forward to between now and Sunday? I don't know. Like I said, I'm already thinking about what I'm going to have tomorrow because I'm hungry. All right, now your Skype is frozen there, Mr. Aaron. There it is. Now it's free.
That's not.
Colin says, yes, I've been pigging out. That's what I'm talking about. Running too? Are you still doing your sets of push-ups? What's your run time? Has your run time gotten better? Yeah, I went and pigged out on wings today. I actually said, you know what?
I'm jealous.
I'm going to start going out and getting some stuff. Well, I have all these gift cards that my property manager keeps giving me. Colin ran 7 miles today, push-ups, 12:45, mile and a half. Okay. How's the weight? I know you were right there. Have you dropped any more weight? You got to watch that with whatever you're picking out on. But then again, like I said, you can be sitting in a hotel for 2 weeks. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. What happened? Did you fix your live stream there, buddy?
Trying to.
Weight is muscle, 222 last I checked. Yeah. Have you has your recruiter done a tape on you at all, or have you done a tape to know where you're at, if you're still being taped, if you're good? But I can ditch some liquids the night before, be able to hit weight. Yeah. I don't know. I know, like when I went through, if you weren't at weight, you weren't going in. I've heard, now correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if Eric is even still here, but if you're even over, as long as it's not like grossly like 30 pounds or something. But if you're close, that they're just going to work you to death. So they know you're going to lose it. Or like I said, they're just going to tape you. Yeah. Yeah, because you're a tall boy. Didn't you say you're like 6'4"? 1 pound, I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't even worry about like within 5 pounds. Especially since so much of that is probably water weight if you're drinking a lot of water after running and things. Cool, cool, cool. Eating my last ditch meals. Taco Bell for Cinco de Mayo. Really? You go to like some authentic Mexican place down there? I cannot tell you the last time I had Taco Bell. Yeah, I wanted to go to there's only a few of them in the US throughout different states, but I wanted to go to the Grand Lux. That's one of my favorite restaurants, and they're totally shut down since this all happened. You're on a budget. Funny. Didn't want to cook. I hear you. That's why I went and got wings. Then again, I've been craving wings. It's funny because I got the wings, I brought them home, and I'm sitting here eating them, and my cat, you would think they were they were medium. They weren't like really hot, but they had a kick to it. He was begging and begging. I was like, here, he's licking my fingers, and I couldn't believe he was just enjoying it. I have never known a cat to do that. Tex-Mex. I love Tex-Mex. Yeah. Oh, man, my hip is bothering me tonight. Hip is bothering me. All right, all right. I don't know who else we still got in the stream here. I got my 3 papers from our recruiter. Awesome. Yeah. Smelly feet. I'm hoping to put on some decent weight over the next year. My weight is like borderline for the military. I always think it's funny when people say they got to put on weight instead of losing the weight. Abigail. Yeah, we know his stream crashed. It's that lovely internet.
I'm trying to I have to publish it manually.
What's the internet that you have in the building there?
The Wi-Fi.
Internet. Very skinny high school kid. Yeah, I know it can be difficult to put on weight for some people, especially if they got that high metabolism when you're young. Stop yawning. Stop yawning. Yeah, yeah.
Leave me alone.
I think you tuckered people out from having all those live streams the last few weeks. I'll call in one of the HMs who was supposed to ship with me. His date got pushed back. Ooh. I hate when that happens. Yeah, got to stand by, you know. You won't know that you're actually going until you're there. That'd be a big letdown, though. Got that date and counting down, and then you find out, nope. Jeanette, you're still here, girl? God bless us all. Yes.
Does it show that I'm live streaming? Or no?
Show that you are live streaming. Let me check.
I can't see it.
It says one waiting. It says you scheduled.
For what? Like 1 a.m. or something?
Well, it says 4 minutes ago. Well, it says 12:56. So I don't know. You have it on military time or civilian time? Yeah. It is.
I think so.
Colin, it is needs of the Navy, but it also depends on factors of with A school and everything, because they're not going to send you through boot camp if you're going to have to be held up for weeks and weeks with A school. Mm-hmm. All right. Is that more commercials or what's there with your, now it says 1 a.m. I don't know why it says set reminder.
I don't understand this.
I'm getting a lot more new YouTubers popping up in my recommended. A few different females. Yeah, he was bummed. I can imagine. He wanted to get started, go back to college. He just graduated high school doing reserves. Yeah, I had one individual contact me, and it was all about, his wife is expected to deliver in the fall. And same thing, reserves wanted to, and this was back like February timeframe, wanted to hurry up and go to boot camp, thinking he'd be down boot camp and A school and everything, and be able to be there for the baby's birth. And I was like, just wait until after, because you never know. And especially with everything going on now, the way it's got everything messed up and dates pushed back and people hung up, quarantine. And I've heard of different individuals, different companies being held up for a week or two after they graduate because of quarantine. But yeah. Did you fix your little issue there, buddy?
No, it says I have to publish it manually. I go to publish it manually, and then it doesn't let me publish it.
Yeah, it says you streamed 5 seconds ago, so who knows? But yeah, Colin, hopefully things will be more back on track for the reserves, because like I said, they're not even drilling right now at the NOSC or anything. But you got quite a while. What's with the music? All right. So what other questions you guys got? Colin sent me a link. What is this link about? Banned from joining. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Did you see that? Colin just sent a link. Coronavirus survivors are banned from joining the military. Huh. Haven't heard that one yet, but it doesn't surprise me. I'll definitely have to check it out. Interesting
I don't
read.
see why that's a thing.
Well, I mean, it could easily change, but everything is just so new right now. I still haven't watched the news. I refuse to watch the news.
There's a few things that I want to say, but I'm not going to say because I had a dream last night that was very, very weird.
Yeah. Smelly feet.
I had a dream that I got adcept.
Oh, don't even say that.
I was
say that.
Not happy.
No. Says, I'm scared.
It wasn't for anything bad, but still.
I'm scared of the place this virus is going to put us in. I completely agree, just in general, both with the world, with the U.S., with so many individuals out of work, businesses that I've seen closed, they're not going to be opening back up. It's, like I said, scary times. Kevin said, I read that too. COVID-19 survivors can't join the military. Yeah, it's the first I saw of it. Definitely thank you for sharing, Colin. My little news guru there. Yeah. It's going to be interesting times for sure. And I definitely say if anyone's thinking of joining the military, make it happen, because we don't know how this is going to play out. Yeah, scary times. More and more people, if they can't have a job with the unemployment numbers, they start to turn to the military. So if you're thinking about it, definitely contact a recruiter ASAP. Don't put it off. That's my advice.
Don't tell them you got that Rona.
Hey, I did see on Facebook tonight, I did read some articles there, credible articles through vet sources, that more and more cats and dogs are turning up. And I actually know one individual personally, both her cats have the Rona. So that's scary. Why do you think that is? What do I think what is? What did I miss? Colin, I'm going to be face masking up, wearing the gloves. Germaphobe. On the trip to MEPS. Yeah. I don't know. Today it was so freaking hot. It was like 98 degrees, and I had that mask on, and I could literally feel like the sweat just beating up on my face. But smelly feet, what do you said? What do you think that is? Are you referring to? You're wondering why people who have had the coronas can't join. You know, I have read different articles that there's been a couple cases overseas where they actually had it a second time. I don't know how true that is. I haven't really been looking at like the WHO or the CDC site so much. Like I said, I've been trying to distance myself just because of losing people I know personally to the virus and knowing some people right now that are sick with it. So that caused a lot of my depression. But I don't know, Colin, what do you think? Yeah, I do know Texas has been easing back. I know Haley said that her job, they were starting to, I think it was 15%, they're hiring back. Kevin, I would imagine that if they are immune after having it, it would be a huge plus on the application. I would think so too, but like I said, depending on what report you read, some are saying that you can get it again. And I also saw something on Facebook on an article by a couple doctors that I know personally. They were talking about there's different strains, and there's the dominant strain is the one that's really the one killing people. Can damage your lung space. True. There's an actor, I don't remember his name. I saw that in my news feed. He did some like Broadway. I don't know what other movies or that he may have done, but he's been.
Tom Cruise.
Say what?
Tom Cruise.
No, not Tom Cruise. I had never seen the guy before, and I didn't know his name, but him and his wife, I guess, you know, Broadway or whatever. But he's been in a medically induced coma since March, and they're saying now he's starting, I guess he opened his eyes and stuff, but they had to actually, like you were saying about the embolisms, he actually had some blood clots in his leg, and they had to amputate his leg. And they said his lungs are pretty bad. They don't know what kind of state he's going to be in. And yeah, like I said, the reoccurrence. And I mean, that's one reason I stay in is because, like I said, I've had multiple cases of pneumonia. And I know my lungs are damaged from that and being over at the burn pits in Kuwait and Afghanistan and such. So, yeah, scary times, definitely scary. And now you got these killer hornets, which I got to read up more on that. When you say rashes, you know what? I've had this freaking rash. It's on my arm. You really can't see it there, but my skin is all messed up. And that's like been freaking me out in trying to do a Skype call with the doctor at the VA. And yeah, that doesn't help. It's causing red spots on kids' toes. Really? Wow. Yeah, it's scary times we live in. Definitely. But Colin, you're probably as an IS going to learn all about Area 51. I'm joking, but that'd be pretty cool. But yeah. I think I'm gonna have to do some more reserve videos for sure, with all the stuff going on with them not actually reporting to a NOSC. And so there's been some changes. You weren't in the feed earlier, Colin, but with receiving BAH for different types of orders that you would not normally receive full BAH for, things of that nature. Kevin says, I feel like this is just like ADHD. It was disqualifying until they realized that a large part, so true, of recruiting population was diagnosed with it. So it changed. This will be the same thing. I completely agree. It's just right now, we really don't know much about it. And when they say one thing, we find out a couple weeks later that it's the opposite. And yeah, just give it time. Yeah, I agree with that, Colin, about the rash. What it was is I actually started with, it was actually when I came back from Afghanistan, we're talking 2014, I had a couple small dry patches of skin, and it just sat that way for all these years. And then it was March timeframe, right when all this was happening, it kind of freaked me out. And it's not shingles, because I have a couple friends that are ER nurses, and they've looked at it and they're like, no. But it's weird because it started spreading, and there was one particular day I took a picture of it. My arm was just beet red, and it was hot. And then I started getting some marks on the other arm, so I don't know what it is. I think I'm allergic to this condo. I really do. But you guys will all learn, document, whatever it is. Even if it seems really small, definitely document it. Yeah, so are you still with us, Ron?
Trying to figure out this live stream thing.
Sounds like shingles, though. Perhaps clothing cleaners used. Yeah, it's like that was, and I knew it was going to be the first thing my primary asked me, what has changed? I'm like, nothing's changed. Soap hasn't changed. Shampoo, household cleaners, food, nothing has changed. Soaps, none of that. I don't know. Like I said, every time though I came back from overseas, there was always something respiratory that got worse. I have all that documented. And then like this time with my skin, because I've always had super soft skin that, was hydrated. And now it's like my skin is just really dry, and it's just been getting worse. I know I went to my acupuncturist on Tuesday. I still go every Tuesday, and she actually commented on it at one point. Yeah, and actually, it's funny you say that because I had the shingles shot. There's the 2 series shot. I had that in, well, the second one was July, so whenever it was before that, it was like 5 months apart. Yeah, my water for the day. Plus, I had another liter when I was walking. So I drink, nothing's changed. If anything, I drink more water, and it's weird. It'd be weird. I don't know. My doctor just tells me for everything, it's just you're getting older. That's her answer for everything. Yeah.
Maybe I gotta reset my computer.
Well, it's 1:15. It's actually 1:15. I'm gonna head out here in about a minute. So any last minute questions you guys have? Still got 9 people hanging out here.
Probably cut it short too, because I don't want to get a copyright strike.
Yeah, I don't either because, yeah. Cat allergy? No, I've had multiple allergy tests, and I'm not allergic to anything according to the allergy test. But yeah, it's not with the cats. But Kevin says, if I were to enlist in the Navy, what do you recommend and why? I saw a few comments that you were in the Navy Reserves, but mostly on active orders. Yeah, I did active duty for approximately 7 years, and then my reserve time, I spent most of my reserve time on active orders of some type. When you say recommend and why, I mean, you got to have an idea first what type of job you want. You know, are you going to want to mobilize a lot? You want to be attached to a command that's going to go do a lot of stuff with the active community? You know, why are you doing it? Are you doing it for, a lot of people join just for the TRICARE. Are you plan to eventually do your 36 active duty months and work that up to your GI Bill? You know, what is it for you? I mean, for me, I did it just because, one, I loved helping sailors, which is why I created this channel, but also to get my retirement, which is also different on the reserve side. You don't make as much, and you have to wait till you're 60. But yeah, everyone has their own why. So you got to look at what is your why. But are reserves considered veterans? It can be a tricky question. Technically, yes. But it's not like you have to do active duty time. So there's a specific amount of active duty time. Just if you, same thing as active duty, you have to have that DD 214 and all, which is one reason now you get it after A school boot camp, because back in the day they did not receive one. And for quite a few years, reservists did not go to boot camp or A school. How often did you volunteer mobilize in your reserve time? Well, what I did generally is I would, like 2000, say for instance, 2004 volunteered, 2007, 2009, 10, 2013. I'd go every 3 years for like a full year. But in between that, I would do a lot of like 6-month orders, like ADT orders. I also did in 2006, 2008, in between, I did like ADSW orders. So yeah, there's all kinds of orders you can do. So I did what I could there. And then if I wasn't on those type of orders, I would do like 29 days of your AT, along with doing a lot of funerals, things of that nature, because funerals are considered active duty. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to make money and build the retirement points. But you don't know?
I give up.
All right, so many times reserves and other branches were sent more often to Iraq, Afghanistan. Well, reservists in the Navy were sent to Iraq and Afghanistan, same thing. Still being sent quite often to Afghanistan. Like I said, the big hot spot since 2000, especially like started in 2010-ish, but especially the last 6-7 years has been Djibouti, Horn of Africa. But you go all over Qatar, Bahrain, where else? UAE is a big one if you're like part of the coastal riverine, things of that nature. You made it to senior chief? No, there was no openings for senior chief, and we only had one master chief gunner's mate. So, you know, they don't retire. There's no movement. You're where you're at. Senior chief is a huge accomplishment. Looking back, do you like that you were in the Navy for this long, or do you wish you had joined a different branch? No, I enjoy being in the Navy. I just wish I would have picked a different rating. I wish I would have had a mentor to mentor me and give me the ins and outs. I probably would have joined back in the day if I knew about IS. I probably would have been an IS. That's like one of the first things that come to mind. Space Force, yes. I'm interested to see how the Space Force actually takes off. I have quite a few people that are interested in that. But yeah, you know, RP, I think it's an interesting rating. I was an AO for a while, didn't care for it. Said I was originally a torpedoman, which, you know, I thought was great when I came in. But yeah, if I would have known about other type of jobs, even back in the day, like a radioman, what else? Some of them with the PRs. But yeah. Is it true that you just shadow different jobs? far as shadowing, that's going to be more of an undesignated. If you come in undes, you can go and, kind of decide what type of rating you want. IT, yeah, IT was one. Said Radioman was actually converted into, it merged into, well, they created IT, because before that they were DPs, data processing. Yeah. So yeah, the DPs and the RNs, they became the IT. I would also love to, back in the day, I wanted to be a PH, photographer. And now, like, photographer, JO, journalism, all that became MC. MC would be cool. Do you actually do your job at the NOSC? Gunner's mate? No. So basically, like, MAs will do their work in the rating as far as like doing year analysis, gate guard duty. Junior sailors, like in the OSU units, they'll do quarterdeck watch. Admin, mainly like YNs, PSs, they'll work with admin. Corpsmen will work in medical. But the other ratings, no, not really. I mean, I had a lot of collateral duties. I was a career counselor. So that like took up a lot of my time. I also did in charge of like all NROs for the writing the orders back when NROs first came online. I was writing all the orders for different reservists, processing their pay with working DTS, stuff of that nature. IT seems very interesting job. Yeah, and it actually, with all the different certifications you get on the reserve side, or especially on active duty, it can really set you up on the civilian side should you go that route. I was active duty, but I heard you don't do your job unless you're on AT. For some ratings, now if you're attached to like NOS Norfolk, San Diego, things of that nature, Dallas Fort Worth area, and you're like an aviation type, you're going to be doing your rating. Even like in the Norfolk area, a lot of reservists there can go to certain ships, things of that nature. It all depends on where you're at. If you're somewhere like Miami, Hialeah area, no, you're typical NOSC, up in like Green Bay, Wisconsin, that you're not going to be doing your job. Are NKOs and quals still a thing in the reserves? Yes, they are. I'm trying to understand the difference from reserve to active. Yeah, I always say reserve and active, they're similar, but yet they're night and day. Mainly like the retirement, that's a big thing people don't understand. Or when they go into the reserves, they don't understand. They have the conception that I'm going to get the GI Bill, just like active duty. That's not the case. They're entitled, when they come out of boot camp in A school, you're entitled to the Chapter 1606, which is the reserve GI Bill. That's across all the branches. And if you go full-time, that's $392 per month, but you're still paying your own tuition, your own books, living expenses, all that. And I'd never recommend using the 1606. I'm speaking from experience, because that takes away from your 36 months of the post 9/11, should you get that. I heard they don't send you to a C school unless your NOSC has the budget to send you to C school. Generally, I would say yes, but so much of the C school depends on your cross-assigned unit. If you're cross-assigned, and like I was, to a Meseron, coastal riverine, cargo handling, you're using their budget, and they have a lot of money. So if there's a need for the NEC, they'll send you. And I've actually known quite a few, like I said, reservists that originally never went to boot camp, never went to A school, because of the time period that they came in, it was not offered to them, where years later, they actually went to, like, up to Great Lakes. A couple I know went to ET, A school and such. So, but yeah. Do you get DD-214s if I was prior active and breaking service and joined the reserve? And does your first DD-214 become invalid? No, they never become invalid. I have multiple DD-214s. You're going to get one, as you said, from active duty. And on the top, it actually will say active duty, whereas reserve one, it's the same, except for it'll say basically reserve. And like for those that, what are you doing there, child? With your microphone.
I'm tired.
But yeah, every time
I'm about to just get off.
every time you go on orders, you'll for 90 days or more, you'll get a new DD-214, and they add that time to your previous one. So it's really important to make sure that your previous DD-214s are correct, because if not, and I had this happen to me, it's like next to impossible to correct. Mine was never corrected. So I was like, I'm missing several months of active time that I actually had. But yeah, no, they're never invalid. You just have multiple ones, which really confuses people, especially like the newer people at the VA, and you come in, you have like 6 or 7 DD-214s, and they're like, what is this? Did you know that? No, you didn't know that.
I did not.
Yeah, most people don't know that. So Kevin, you said active, so you're coming to the reserves, or you are in the reserves? Can the reserve force you to deploy? I'm currently in school and would have to get pulled to deployment at this moment. Well, I had talked about this in my previous video, so I don't know like where you are as far as, like I said, active reserve and stuff. When you leave active duty, you have 6 months to affiliate. You say, I am. You have 6 months to affiliate to the reserves, and if you do that within 6 months, for 2 years, you're deferred. They can't touch you. And I mean, of course, 2-year deferment. Now, technically, and what is your rating? Because technically, I mean, I was only recalled one time in my whole reserve career. And that was because it was the whole entire unit. They needed it at the time after 9/11 to go do a customs mission. Say after 9/11 was in 2007, but they were still doing a lot in Iraq. But yeah, I mean, and during that 2 years when you're deferred, if you want to deploy, you can waive your deferment. LS. Okay. Yeah, I've depending on the unit you're attached to, you could be, after that 2 years, you could be recalled. Like if it's some type of NECC unit. What else? I mean, like some if you were like attached to like an Intel unit and stuff. But also even like with, for instance, like with cargo handling, what they did is because the battalion was so big, first off, they're looking at who's qualled, but then they were like, do you want to go yes or no? Do you want to go yes or no? So, I mean, yeah, there's so many people, especially LS, trust me, LS and YN, they are the ones that have the most volunteers, to where I think other than the customs mission I was on, I honestly don't know of anyone that's been voluntold unless you were like attached to an NECC community. But even then, like I said, it was like, do you want to go? Yes or no? Because we have somebody else here that wants to go. But yeah. Unit South Dakota. I'm sure I would never get sent to deployment unless I volunteered, but it can happen. True. Especially if we have like, another 9/11 or something. Like I said, then all bets are off, World War III, because then I'm even recalled out of retirement. But yeah, like I said, LS, I have one LS sailor that is crazy how many places she's been all over South, Korea multiple times, Hawaii, Japan multiple times, all over Europe to Italy and Spain. And she was in Kuwait with me. And yeah, there's just so many opportunities. Our war in South China Sea. Yeah, didn't want to bring that one up. I did see a little bit about that on Facebook. I don't know what's going on exactly, but you never know. Never know. Because when I joined, it was originally the Cold War back in '89, and, had no idea. Didn't even like dawn on me that I may be going to war. And the Desert Storm happened, and then over time, one thing led to another, 9/11, Iraq, Afghanistan. So yeah. But you have to have that mindset. It's a possibility. And you're also in the reserves. You're going to fill out a sheet that will, like if you're a single parent and it explains like you're gonna write down like if you have a hardship or if you're in school or certain jobs, you're gonna fill all that out because they do look at that also. Why is it that you got out of active duty to join the reserves? You mainly took active orders anyways. I was stupid. I got out because I had really piss poor leadership. And I had some stuff happen to me that it just left a sour taste in my mouth, and I got out, and then I realized within a month that I wanted back in, and they were downsizing at the time, so it wasn't happening. Went reserve, stayed reserve a couple of years. That's when I was an AO, hated it, got out. A couple years later, went back, and then I started doing orders because don't even go like this. Started doing orders because at the time they weren't taking people back, and actually in 2014, I had the opportunity even then, after all these years, I could have went back to active duty. But at that point, with all my injuries and stuff, I was like, no. Literally, my leadership on my first tour too, I'm missing it now, not going to lie. You know what? Probably 95% of the people I talk to say the same thing. And that's why I tell people now, even if your first command sucks like mine did, give it one more shot. And then if it's bad the second time, which is a good possibility, but I didn't have, like I said, I had no one mentoring me, no one telling me the advice I give people now. And it was a different time. Things are different now as far as opportunities for like in general, but especially for women. And the reserves have changed drastically since 9/11. But yeah. And the thing is now too is, if you decided eventually down the road, 4 or 5 years, whatever, things can change. But as of how things are right now, you can go back to active duty if you wanted, because they're always taking individuals back. Needs in the Navy. Are there any rates in the Navy that are only 2-3 year contracts? For active duty, currently, no. I know they were doing the presidential one that was a 2 or 3 year contract, but that one, since from last I looked, stopped. Reserves, no. But like I said, anything can change. That's the beauty, if it's not either in your favor or even if it's something is in your favor, I say act on it right away because things can change, and they do. Colin says you mentioned mentoring a lot. Is it the challenges? Challenges the jobs outside circumstances that cause the most hardship? What do you mean exactly? Challenges of the job? Are you saying? As far as mentorship, I had nobody step up to help, and I saw it on active duty, and I especially saw it in the reserves, which is something, I've always been the type of leader that I'm going to be what I never had, which is like one reason I reached out to Aaron, because like I said, I know if I would have had a mentor, things would have been totally different. I wish everyone would go in undesignated so they can actually see what the rates are. I've actually thought about that also. Instead of signing a contract they know nothing about and hating life for 4 years. Are you speaking from experience, Kevin? I agree, though, to an extent. Unless you are dead set, what you want. Like so many people want corpsmen or whatever, but no. I've actually talked about that with some people at times. Like doing the job or just outside issues that causes sailors more issues. Especially.
I think I'm going to go ahead and go now.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Some individuals have outside issues, but I mean, it's all, I think, case by case. But like I said, leadership, we've talked about this before, leadership is such a big factor. And then, like I said, lack of mentorship from my experience, both on active and on the reserve side. Kevin says, I didn't like my leadership because they didn't look out for their shipmates and they would hold people down for better eval. And yes, I saw it on both active and reserves. I saw it so often in the reserves. It still happens because I still help a lot of my sailors serving with writing their evaluations. And, especially even when I was a first class with the ranking boards, but even seeing it in the chief's mess. Yeah, it happens. Corporate life. And I have said before on some other live streams that the military, in my opinion, and I know people have argued with me, but like I said, I served over a 28-year period. It has become more like a corporation, the way it's been run. So, but yeah. Yep. It is what it is. But like I said, instead of whining about something, I've always believed in trying to find a solution. So my solution was to, like I said, be the leader that I never had and be the mentor to people that I never had. What's up? What's up? That's why I'm hesitating joining. I wouldn't say don't let that stop you from joining. And the reason I say that is because, you're going to have that anywhere in life. And I know I was talking to Aaron about this last night. We were Skyping with one another for quite a few hours. It's the same on the civilian side, and joining a little bit later in life, myself and him, Colin probably attest to a lot of this. You're going to see it, but you can't let that stop you. Colin, yeah, thank you for your insight. Look out for especially when you're going to be that junior sailor like Colin when you're coming in, but as you're making rank and also being older and I would think wiser, really look out for doing the evaluations and stuff for yourself and your shipmates. The process, what you'll learn is the whole key to making chief. And I think any fellow chief would say this and agree with me. It's taking care of your sailors. So if you take care of your sailors, you're helping them with their evaluations, getting awards, getting those orders, whatever it be. You're going to be a great leader, mentor. I'm just like you. Active duty left a sour taste in my mouth, but I'm interested in the reserves because it's close to home as well. Yeah, like I said, I did reserves and then I left the reserves. I was up in Norfolk. It was at the time it was TAR, now known as FTS. They were all FTS, which is technically reservists, but on active duty. And I just didn't like the way things were run there either. So yeah, I left that. But then when I came back I was actually older at that time. Was I 27, 28, and I realized how life was. And yeah, got to go with the flow. Not everyone is going to think of things and approach things like you do. But yeah, give the reserves a shot. Thing is, you can always leave. So, and like I said, especially as an LS, the opportunities, if you choose, LS and YN, my opinion, the two best ratings in the reserves because they can go anywhere. Okay. Ooh, Kevin was FTS, so I know what you mean. Awesome. Active duty on my first ship, and I wouldn't have permanent shore duty, but it was too much. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I have a lot of people ask me about FTS, and I'm like, it's a great gig. But like I said, I've seen it from all the way from the top on down, Doesn't matter, reserve, active duty, FTS, it's the same. With how America is, having military experience boosts your job opportunities. Employers like hiring vets. You know, the main reason why they like hiring vets, honestly, is because they get money if they hire a vet. That is the truth. Because I've actually had people tell me they would hire me. They were straight up honest because of that factor. Employers can get tax cuts. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Equal 40% of the first, let's say, 6 to 24,000 of wages earned by qualifying individuals. That's 2 to 9,600 per qualified new hire. Yep, that said, it's all about the money. How many years I am entitled to get a home loan if in the reserves? In the reserves, you have to do 6 years, unless the little catch-all is if you do 180 days or more active duty orders. So if you go on to deployment, mobilization, ADT, ADSW, something of that nature, for at least 180 days, you can come home and get a home loan. Kevin, is it true that recruiters don't like signing up prior service vets because it doesn't come off of their quotas? No. Well, you got to look at two. You have active duty recruiters enlisted, you have active duty officer recruiters, and then you have reserve recruiters, and then reserve, for like officer and enlisted. But no, I mean, in their quotas in general anyways, it's a lot of people, they don't understand it's quota, not like per recruiter, it's for the recruiting station. And I mean, honestly, I have never heard recruiters really complain unless they're like maybe in, up in the hills somewhere to where they just can't get anyone to recruit, because it's really not hard. Knowing any Mustang officers? Oh, I know several, and I served under some of the most amazing Mustang officers. Most amazing. There was one individual, he was originally an EN. He was my XO when I was with Spec War. And he actually just retired recently, full-blown captain, Captain Saban. One of the best Mustangs I ever served with. But yeah, I served with quite a few. Quite a few. Some were corpsmen, some were LSs. Noticed YouTube Navy vlogger Nikki was going to applying for officer stuff. Yeah, I saw that he posted some video tonight, but I've been on the chat, so I haven't had a chance to look at it. But yeah, he's been looking at officer for the last couple of years, because you can only apply once per year. It's just like chief, you only take the exam once per year, unlike the other pay grades where you go twice. But yeah. Last Divo was a Mustang, some of the best officers because they understand enlisted sailors. That's what I've always said, because they go through boot camp, they go through the A school, they understand the process. So yeah, and like I said, some of them are the best because the ones that I served with, most of them, not all, but most, they start off as E1. So yeah, they understand both worlds. It's just like with me. You have so many other YouTubers out there, and I think I'm the only one that has served both active and reserve, and I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that has ever retired that does YouTube. So yeah, but definitely, yeah, if you can generally tell if somebody's was active duty when they're in the reserves. I can always tell, just like, a Mustang officer, you can generally tell. Different demeanor. But yeah, that's interesting, Kevin, that you're FTS, because I think you're probably the first one that I've had actually say that, because I have a lot of people ask about FTS. Background is HM, got a physician's assistant's cred too, and working on a master's. You're talking about Nikki? Yeah. Yeah, I've been following Nikki for quite a few years. Quite a few years. Him, Donnie, JT. Yeah, there's Bernie. Yeah, there's quite a few of them that they've kind of like drifted off, and I wish they'd come back because they've had some really good content in the past. But no, yeah. Yeah, I can see Nikki definitely going the officer route. What's a Mustang officer? Mustang is someone who was once enlisted and they cross over to the dark side. No reason to say you're sorry. Yeah, it's just someone who was enlisted and they become an officer. And like I said, they understand both worlds. Whereas officers, someone who comes in an officer, you know, that maybe goes to like the academy or something, it's like so many things in life. They can't relate to the enlisted because they never experienced it. You know, they never went to boot camp or A school or had to get screamed at when they were 18 years old or whatever when they came in. Mustang's a true officer. I totally agree. Is it a big shock from active duty to reserves? I heard it's a big difference. It is a big difference. A lot of people say that at a NOS, they don't follow standards and can just skate off. Yeah, that I would agree. Once again, it does depend on the NOSC, on the command, like anything. I was constantly having to search out sailors sleeping in their cars, and you know, for quite a while, people would be like taken off the say the base. It's, you know, the building, it's fenced in and everything, but they'd be taken off to go to the mall and, you know, stupid stuff. So yeah, I mean, over the years, things have changed to really lock that down. But yeah, it's so many of them, you know, like when I was in charge of OSU, I had over 200 sailors. So it was, and at the time when I first took it over, it was just me. I was the only chief. So it was difficult. And I had a lot of first classes that were just really lacking in leadership and just didn't give two craps about it. So yeah, I was constantly chasing people around. But, you know, it's like anything in life. If you're going to put in, which, you know, you're going to get out what you put in. So, you know, they complain that they never got advancements or they got a crappy evaluation or, you know, whatever. And it is what it is. Eventually they all get weeded out. But it is a big difference. If I were to skate off, my divo or chief would get on me. Yeah, I was notorious for that. And I had a lot of sailors didn't like me for that reason. Not that I cared, but it is what it is. You know, I'm not there to babysit. What if I don't want the home loan? I just want to get a home, and is it automatic? I am entitled to have no down payment, or if I'm in the reserves. I'm sorry, a lot of questions, confused. No, don't be sorry. Now you have to apply, and like I said, you have to have 6 years in the reserves or that 180 day or more mobilization. And then you would apply on the website and they look at the background to see if you're qualified or not. As far as no money down, yes, but you still have to pay a certain percentage depending on if you put no money down or a certain amount of money down. The only time you have no money down whatsoever and you're not paying any percentage is if you're 100% P&T disabled veteran. I just want to get a home for my parents. Okay, but you're going to have to live in it because, I mean, there are ways around it, which I'm not going to get into. But technically, it's a residence for yourself. It's not for somebody else. Meaning, like, if you know, it's okay if you live there with your parents, but not like you buy it for your parents and you leave. VA loans are what you're seeking info about. Yeah, I have a whole video on it. If you were at a higher rank, were you working more than you were required 1 week in a month? Yes, definitely. I know JT Suits even put out some videos about that. It's one thing he didn't like. As soon as you start making like second class and up, yeah. And if you're an actual individual who does the work, hard charger, you're definitely going to be tasked with a leadership role. And that's like I was saying earlier tonight. Right now, you know, they haven't been reporting to the NOS since February because of the whole COVID-19. They're doing stuff virtually, you know, and then in March, you had the E5 evaluations due. And I know like in my unit, there was, you know, 100-ish evaluations. And it was difficult to get them done when you're there at the NOSC. And I just cannot imagine now what it's like at home because you can't rely on enough people to do it. There are type of ATPs and things like that can be allotted to get paid, but it is extremely rare, depending once again on the NOSC and the leadership. Your leadership positions, such as calling others, when were you not supposed to be at work? Yeah, I mean, I sent out, I had phone calls, but I sent out myself like a lot of emails and stuff. Big thing is like doing evaluations when you're home, depending on the unit. You know, when you're first class and stuff, you're writing awards, things of that nature. For myself, it was also like I was in charge of approving everybody's orders. So yeah, I was like constantly busy. I got to the point where after a while, I was just doing 40, 50 hours a week at the NOSC. I wasn't getting paid. But, you know, I did it because I wanted to get things done right for the sailors. I'm in college right now and wouldn't like calling others besides on drill weekends during time I would be studying. Yeah, that's a problem with a lot of individuals have. I know that's what JT Suits, what he was talking about. You know, you're not getting paid. You got to follow up with phone calls and stuff. And I mean, we had a point to where with our unit, with the 200 and some sailors, to where our new CO, when he came on, he wanted us, you know, we had different deck departments, supply, so on and so forth, the LPOs to contact all their people to see if they're going to show up for drill, because people weren't showing up, and it was a nightmare. But yeah, you got to do what you got to do. Otherwise you get a crappy evaluation, and you know how that works. Then you don't get the promotion generally. And reserves can be demanding on higher ranks, having to set up a lot of stuff. Yes, especially like, you know, for like proctoring exams. And yeah, there's a lot that people are not aware of. And I always said it was more demanding in the reserves than active duty, because on active duty, it's expected of you, but you're getting paid. Whereas the reserves, you're not getting paid. Generally, I always had my sailors put in for at least a drill point. So they're not getting paid, but they're getting that one retirement point. So it was what it was. If you volunteer mobilization in the reserve, how does the promotion advancement exams work? Well, what happens is, and I had someone ask me this recently within the last week about like if you go to Afghanistan, Djibouti, there's different areas, you get 2 points on your advancement exam. But even between that, your awards, you know, all that kind of stuff, education, depending on the pay grade, it's capped off anyways. So, but evaluation, you're going to get a different evaluation, especially like if you're going for chief, you're going to want that mobilization overseas, because that's what's going to set you apart from individuals at your NOSC. It was amazing. I had a lot of people, like for instance, in the LS rating, they thought they were only competing, literally, these were first classes going for chief. They thought they were only competing with individuals at their NOSC. I'm like, no, it's reserve wide. But yeah, it's going to set you apart. How does it work if people don't show up for drill weekends? I heard they can get queued out. Captain's Mass, I did do quite a few Captain's Mass in the reserves for individuals, like I said, didn't show up. Or yeah, we had all kinds of crazy stuff, you know, sexual assaults. We had all kinds of stuff happen. So yeah, there is Captain's Mass. But yeah, they don't show up, you know, you're only allowed 8 U's, and you get that 9th one and you're processed out, and you get the RE4 code. So you're not coming back in. But yeah, it happens. A lot of people, trust me, a lot of people don't show up. And then you give them a call and it's not a working number. That was notorious. There was a couple times I called and it was like the phone number they put down for INSEPs. It was like Walmart. It was crazy. But, you know, to me, it's like, why are you going to go through all that hassle of going through the process and going to boot camp, especially like nowadays, boot camp and A school, just to get kicked out? You know, a lot of people, they're like, this is not what I signed up for. It's not what I was thinking. That's why I try to educate people now, because they think they're going to, you know, come out of boot camp and A school and they're going to get that full post 9/11 GI Bill. Like, it doesn't work that way, you know, or the home loan doesn't work that way. You have to do you have to pay your dues. You have to do the active duty time. So, but Kevin, you're using your post 9/11 for school? Says still contracts in the reserves, and how hard is it if I were to say civilian life isn't working out to get into the reserves? Yeah, there's contracts. It's the same. Everything's the same process with contracts, swearing in, all that stuff. He's using his post 9/11. Yeah, I've had quite a few people tell me that they want to use it while they're still active duty, and I'm like, no, you don't want to do that. Yeah, I was interested in volunteering for mobilization, perhaps a year or 2 years in. I don't know, maybe sooner after doing your A&C school. Yeah, I mean, being such a junior sailor, general rule has always been you have to be at least an E4 with 2 years in, just to experience and get in the system. Because when you're going from A school and your boot camp, A school, C school, you have to be lost from active duty side to be gained in the reserve side. That can take a little bit depending on your command and factors. But yeah, then you have to get your CAT card will have to be reset to the reserve side, get your DTS, get in NROS, CMSID. I mean, there's different things. So yeah, there's a process, but I've never seen anyone go right away. Like I said, the general rule is E4 with 2 years. And to go back into active duty, sorry. Oh yeah, active duty. Like I said, so much depends on your pay grade, your rate rating, just different factors, needs of the Navy. But yeah, I've seen quite a few LSs, MAs, lots of MAs. Like I said, I could have as a gunner's mates, lots of YNs, things of that nature. Can you go to C school if you're in the reserves? I heard it has to do with your NOS budget. Yeah, you can go. You have to have a need for the NEC. And like I said, you're going to be cross-assigned to a unit unless you're stuck in OSU, which the idea is not to be stuck in OSU, but a lot of people are there for years, which they shouldn't be. What the rate I'm doing is auto advancement to E4. I remember you said that going in as E3. I do remember you said that, especially because of your education and all. But still, you're going to have to wait the 2 years unless you are attached to a command to where that's another factor as far as where you're going to be attached to. Which would be good for you. I mean, coming, especially going to be going up for your exam for E5 with having that A and C school knowledge, and then if you were to go right on a MOB. Would you say to wait to use your GI Bill once after you're done with your 4 years of reserves? Okay. You're not going to get the GI Bill, the post 9/11, unless you do 36 months of active duty. Doesn't matter active duty or reserves, it's the same. As a reservist, you're going to get the 1606 reserve GI Bill. Like I said, that's only $392 per month if you go full time. That is it. So if you want the post 9/11, which is the one where you're going to make the big bucks, they pay your tuition, they give you your BAH for an E5 with dependent pay, they're paying your books, all that stuff. You need 36 months of active duty time. Do you recommend doing a rate that goes hand in hand with your civilian career? I was an LS active, but would recommend being an MA in the reserves if I plan to be a police officer. I have a lot of people go that route. Some people, it works out for them. They love it. I was always a believer that whatever you do on the civilian side, why not do something different on the reserve side just to get that break? But it's a case-by-case basis. I know a lot of individuals that are federal police officers, that work, like down here, Miami detectives, sergeants, on the SWAT team, work for the sheriff's department, and they're MAs and they love it. For me personally, I would not want to do that. I would rather do something totally different. That's just me. I'm going to be stuck on the bench chief for 2 years. Who knows? Like I said, anything can happen. We have some stuff happen with China or whatever. I mean, who knows? You don't know. But I'm interested to know, what type of command you're going to get. That'll be interesting. Like I said, down here, all the ISs in Miami, they go to Southcom. So, but yeah, especially if you're going to be a police officer. I mean, good on you. Reserves, MAs, they get a lot of mobilization opportunities, a lot, especially over the last 7-8 years. Creds in the meantime, yes, definitely get your credentials, definitely. Use the military, all that stuff. Good night, Chief. All right, Smelly Feet, have a good one. See you hopefully in the next live stream. I think LS is the way to go, though. They get their best active orders. They do. Said LS and YN. Anywhere you want to go. There are so many opportunities for, like I said, ADSW, ADT, additional AT, mobilizations, all that. And advancement is great and quick. So, any other questions you guys got? I'll give it another 9 minutes. 9 minutes, counting. It's already after 2 a.m. So what are you going to have tomorrow to eat, Colin? I wish you would show me who's actually in here. Uh, 2 a.m. where I'm at. I'm in South Florida, Miami area, Fort Lauderdale. It has been way too hot. I'm not looking forward to my electric bill this summer. Slim Fast, advanced Pop-Tarts, and probably pizza. Oh my God. Pop-Tarts? That's funny. Are you what kind of pizza are you going to get? Are you going to get Domino's? You're going to get at least a local pizza? Pizza sounds good right now, actually. Yeah. Walmart, frozen pizza, or do they actually have their own pizzas? Because I've never had. I mean, I know that I've seen them over by the it's in the deli section, but over by the produce and all, I've seen them. Cheaper ATM. I have not been to Walmart in a month, maybe longer, with all this going on. Yeah. So it's funny because down here in South Florida, all of Florida is more or less starting to open up except for South Florida. They're still keeping us on the lockdown, but there are just too many cars out on the road when I went out today. It was crazy. I don't know where people were going. Near the deli, they sell them somewhat frozen. Are they good though? Because I'm always looking for a good pizza. Deadly Side pizzas. I had it's probably the same ones like at Sam's. I was going to buy them there one time, but I actually I had one at Costco's. It was all right. The veggie ones were good. The meat one was all right. Yeah, I kind of, especially pepper. I used to be a pepperoni eater, but not anymore because it's just been tearing me up. As I get older, I don't eat spice as much. Garlic pizza. That's interesting, though, that article about if you survive the coronavirus, you're banned from joining. That's interesting. Yes, garlic is good for you. That was what, Military Times? Yeah, Military Times. All right, so there's Kevin, Colin. I don't know who else is in here, so they got 5 people left. Reserve questions, 7,300 points for retirement. 7,300 points gives you 50%, which was the active duty retirement. It has since changed since 2018 because now they only get 40% plus whatever you put in your TSP. But the goal has always been 7,300 if you wanted the regular full-time active duty retirement. If you did the bare minimum, what would you get? Bare minimum, you're lucky. I've seen individuals, like I said, never mobilize or do one mobilization. They did the bare minimal and they're only getting like $200 a month, which to me is terrible for doing 20 years. I think it's just the public panicking right now because they don't know what the virus is. I agree. I'm here. All right. So what is your name? Because when you sent me, I didn't know it. What you sent me a Facebook request and it said Tim. So, and I actually just today, because it was hidden on like in the spam folder, my Facebook message, it came through and I was like, okay, so Tim, so what is your name or what do you want me to call you? Yikes, 200. That is horrible. It is horrible. And unfortunately, most people are not aware of it. And I would always hold classes at the NOSC for my unit. And then before I knew it, everybody would be coming in and I would just give it to, should have had it in the drill hall, but they never had me do that. You know, and I would break it down. This is how you compute it. This is, I mean, granted, and I'm going to be doing a video on this where it breaks stuff down. For a while, it was only, you could only get 60 points. Then it was 75, 90. Now it's 130 is your max points you can get for like doing courses and things. But even with that 130, if you do the math, you know, you're not, it also depends on your pay grade, you know, pay grade, years of service, but yeah, you're not making much money. So for me, you know, when people say they don't want to mobilize, it's like, why are you joining the reserves? Because your sole purpose is supporting active duty. So, I mean, I understand you don't want to maybe be away from your loved one or, you know, your kids, whatever, but it's part of the sacrifice of joining the military. And the things you're missing out on because of the travel opportunity, especially like as an LS, YN, you know, as an IS, not only overseas, but you can do, like I served with a lot of ISs from the Miami NOSC with me over in Afghanistan. We were over there together. They were on a different camp on the same base. But yeah, you know, but like ADSW, I said at Southcom, CENTCOM, there's all kinds of great opportunities. I know a lot of ISs that went to Italy, back-to-back orders. Actually, one of my buddies, he did 3 years over there. So yeah, you know, and then all the traveling they do on their off time, you know, you're missing out on a lot. I think the only thing is I wish was different, which most people do not tell you, is I said retirement is when you're 60. Now there is a way to get a little bit before that. It actually just, what it was is after 2008, if you did a deployment like over to Afghanistan, Iraq, whatever, every 90 days you did over there came 90 days off your retirement age. So like I'm getting mine when I'm 58 because I did my last 2 deployments in both Iraq and Afghanistan area. I love teaching. Yes, I love teaching too. And there's always something to learn. But yeah, and now I just saw the new, not so much instruction, but the new information that came out about that. And I'll be making, like I said, that in a video for you guys, how to get some time off. But my opinion is, especially if you're getting such a small amount of money, you know, why don't we just get it when we retire? I mean, I know they've been fighting that for years with Congress, and we'll see if it ever changes. My only problem is that is in the police force, they might be pissed off if I were to be like you and constantly volunteer. Not necessarily. I know so many people that I served with and, friends of mine that I've even, I wouldn't say much recruited, but, they saw like how I was coming and going and that it was very attractive to them. So they were like, hey, I want to go serve. So they did that. They joined. And a lot of departments, they double dip. They'll pay you a certain amount of time. And some of the departments down here in South Florida, they'll actually pay you, I think it's like half your salary for 6 months. So they're double dipping. But now, I mean, so many of the police officers, especially like down here, they are prior military and they know. Yeah, I love any type of deployment mobilization. As a reservist, your job is protected. That is true. It is true through USERA. It is protected, but they can make your life a living hell. And I've seen that happen. But no, any type of, granted, I don't know where you're at, but anyone I've talked to, especially in the larger cities, no, it's never been a problem. They're very supportive of the military. Because I served like over like my one deployment in Kuwait with the Mesron, many of the individuals, they were New York City cops. They were constantly doing different types of orders. So, but no. Nope. All right. Any last questions? I'm going to sign out for the night. Do another one of these. I would like to do some actually even like earlier in the day. I don't know what everyone's schedule is like. If that works, let me know. Going once, going twice. Yeah, you have a good night too, Kevin. How do you say that? R-H-O-N, Ryan? No, Chief, earlier in the day works. I'll be gone soon. I know you'll be gone soon. Just don't know if you're going to be running around getting Taco Bell or something. But yeah, I want to start doing some of the daytime. I mean, you're going to be up there anyways in quarantine. Milton, like I said, I think Miko was the one then that's leaving tomorrow. But yeah, there's quite a few that were not here today. They're enjoying their last few days of freedom. Taco Bell. Yeah. Miko's there. Yeah, I thought he said Thursday. I couldn't remember if it was you or him. Someone said Thursday, but I know that it's this week. But I figured even, it's like Milton. Milton's usually up there and still tunes in. He didn't tune in. Tawan was here briefly tonight. He was tired. All that studying. Feel like dead man walking. Yeah. Yeah, I'm working on a video with boot camp updates, so I'll get that out either tomorrow or the day after. Call all your friends, let them know. Awesome. Are you having some type of party or something going away? Like virtually, because I know you can't actually meet up. Hey, stop with the chewing. When will you do another Navy Q&A? You guys tell me when, because I'm open to anything. I have a ton of videos I have to edit. Other than that, I have nothing but time. Yeah, make a list of whatever questions. Let me know. Let's see, tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah. I've been loving my videos. Thank you. I appreciate it. Like I said, I have so many videos I have to edit. It's not even funny. Dairy Queen Blizzard. It's funny you say that because I actually drove by today. I was going to the grocery store and I went to Dollar Tree and I found my first pack of toilet paper. It was a little one, but first one I found since this all started. And there was a Dairy Queen, and I wanted so bad to go in, but there was a line, and I was like, I'm not standing in that line. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. But yeah. Oh, I got ice cream on the brain. So let me see what we got here. Drive-through. Yeah, this one didn't have a drive-through. I didn't even know it existed. It was like in a strip mall. It was weird. But all right. So yeah, hopefully within the next day or two. I'm not sure exactly when, but I'd like to do another live stream. You know, even like I said, even if I did like an hour, I thought about even doing like an hour a day at like a set time. I'm fine with that. And then certain days I can do longer. But all right, so I'm going to sign out, guys. I hope you all have a great night. For those of you that are still here, I appreciate it. I love the questions. You can always send me an email. All right, Colin. Good night. Good night, Kevin. Good night. Good night, everyone. All right, so I'll see you guys in the next live stream real soon. And like I said, I'll be looking for some videos. I'm going to have a boot camp update along with some other stuff. So Ron. All right, Ron, have a good night too. All right, you guys all take care. Bye.